pressure start to fall, I turn on good old Ryan Hall, y'all. Sirens blaring, lightning beaming, no matter what, he keeps screaming. And when it comes time to get underground, Ryan's right there to be found.
So I sing my heartfelt song with a plea that can't steer wrong. Oh, click that like button, you see. Let your love rain down, just click it, please. Support us if you're moved. Show love now. It's your move.
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip, you can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip. I heard the YouTube weatherman say there's gonna be a big storm today. I see the trees blow as they sway, but I know that I'll be okay. Don't be scared, be prepared. Big storms don't have to be your nightmare.
Okay, we're just getting started here. This is the first day of what will likely be a multi-day severe weather outbreak, maybe even a tornado outbreak one of these days. I don't know if it'll be today, tomorrow. Saturday looks like it's going to be pretty intense, but we're here, and we're going to be here for a while. Before we get too deep into this, I just want to go ahead and address that I know I'm having some problems with my mic. Is it terrible? Is it terrible? Can you hear me? Are we going to be able to make it through this one, and maybe I can work on fixing it tomorrow? Or do I need to pause everything and fix it right now? Is everything good? Just waiting for everything's fine. Okay, all right, sweet. Small buzz. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the buzz. We've replaced all the cables. We've done everything except for replace the mic. So I think I might need a new mic, but I don't have one right now. So we're going to work on fixing that. Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, y'all. Today is, once again, the first day of probably a multi-day severe weather outbreak that will produce some tornadoes. In fact, right now, we've gotten started pretty early here. It's 5:29 on the East Coast. Okay, it's 21Z, and it's about 4:30 out there where we're talking about mostly today, where these storms are popping up. And we're going to be here throughout the afternoon and evening tracking these storms, okay, because we do have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes today in portions of Kansas, all right? And right now we're experiencing some tornado warnings in Colorado and a little bit of Nebraska and Wyoming. And we're going to talk about all that in depth here in just a moment. But we're also going to spend some time kind of looking forward to or kind of, talking about what's to come, okay? Tomorrow's tornado threat looks a little bit more significant than today's. And then Saturday's looks immensely more significant than today's. So, that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be tracking these storms. We're going to be, looking at the tornado warnings as they come out. Another really cool thing that we're going to be doing is we're working with Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham here in Hall Force 1. Okay. I've got to change that title bar up there. But he's in Hall Force 1, and he's going to be giving us a live look at the storm today. And we've got maybe, I don't know if we'll do this today. Maybe we might try it tomorrow, but we might try to throw some probes out there, in the midst of a tornado. We might not do it today or tomorrow, but that's one of the things that Hall Force One is out there to do. So we're going to be looking at some really interesting things there. And then, of course, we've got Brett Adair, Brian Emfinger, a couple other storm chasers out there as well. So the goal today is obviously to spread, some information, make sure everybody understands that there's tornado warnings and stuff, because there's probably going to be a bunch. But I really hope that these tornadoes stay in fairly, remote areas, out in the plains, out in the middle of the grass fields and stuff, and we just get some awesome footage of tornadoes today from our storm chasers, and we kind of just watch it as almost as a spectator sport. That's what I'm hoping for today. Unfortunately, anytime there's tornadoes, it's dangerous. So whenever we've got communities and towns in the path, we've got to get serious and start, coming. We start relaying those warnings and telling people to get to shelter. So there's a plethora of storm chasers out there today. So I really don't think it's going to be very hard to see the tornado if there is one that forms today. But one of the things that we're not sure about yet is whether or not there will be a tornado that forms. Okay. Right now, we've got some storms going up, and they are going up in an environment that is likely going to produce some tornadoes if it hasn't already. In fact, this warning that came out while I was going live, while I was running the intro there, is an observed warning. What do we got here? Weather spotters confirmed a tornado there near Akron, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. And we heard multiple reports of some land spouts up here earlier, so that's probably what's going on there. But still, potentially a dangerous storm moving up towards Akron, Colorado. Okay, so if you are in Akron or just to the south and west there, and it's a pretty rural area, make sure you are getting to shelter. And then we've got a tornado warning up here. This one's just radar indicated for Morrill and Lyman over here in Nebraska. This storm formed over in Wyoming, and now it's moving over into Nebraska. And the way that this one formed is really interesting. Watch this. It started off as a blip, okay, just as every storm does. And then it's kind of exploded here into a really impressive looking supercell. Have you ever seen an evolution of a storm as interesting as this? Look at that. And we've got ourselves a hook there. We've got all kinds of interesting stuff going on. But if we flip over to velocity, the velocity couplet area doesn't look that impressive, at least not at this moment. Whenever they first issued the warning, it did. So yeah, that's just another storm that we're watching. It is important to note that there is another storm that's popped up down here near Hawk Springs that's kind of nudging it. Okay, it's kind of pushing it up from the bottom on the southwestern side of that storm. The forward flank of this storm is moving up into the bottom of this supercell, and that is indicative of several cases in the past where the same thing has happened and a tornado has formed shortly afterwards. So if there's not a tornado currently occurring with this storm up here in Wyoming and Nebraska, it could happen very fast. And that's for any of you guys that enjoy watching the weather and keep up with the stuff like this all the time, one of the things that you can look for when you're trying to forecast which storm is trying to produce a tornado is that little nudge right there. Whenever you see the top of one storm interact with the base of another storm, especially if it's supercellular and rotating already. Okay, so we've got a potentially tornadic situation developing there. We've got an observed or confirmed tornado down here to the south and west of Akron, and we've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in northwestern Kansas. Okay. We've got Bird City, Atwood. All you guys are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Inch and a half hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the biggest threats right now. But it does look like this storm specifically is trying to drop some, even larger hail than that. And this one's also trying to rotate a little bit there. Oh, yeah, look at this. This is the definition of a kind of storm that is primed to try to produce a tornado right there. So our storm chaser, Caleb Beecham, In Hall Force 1 is down here just to the south and east of that storm. Okay, he's to the east of Colby. The one that I'm kind of zoomed in on here is a little bit more towards Bird City, but there's a couple of storms that are popping out even in front of that. So really interesting stuff going on here in northwestern Kansas. Once again, we do expect that there's going to be quite a bit of storms popping up today, and as a matter of fact, there's another storm down here in West Kansas. There's another storm even farther south than that. Are we getting convection down here near Amarillo? Not yet, but it looks like it's bound to happen. This is actually already, I think this dry line is convecting a lot more than most of the convective allowing models were showing. So this could actually end up being a very significant severe weather situation if we continue to see storms like this pop up and they root in the environment that's in place. Because let me tell you something right now, y'all. The environment that's in place, I mean, you might as well call it, you know, the definition of nader juice. Okay, it's the daggone nader juice central here in Kansas and Oklahoma. Let me show you a little something here. 1 second. Let's go over to the weather models. Let's go over to the weather models. 1 second. And I just want to go straight to the significant tornado parameter here. It's kind of like a composite parameter. And show you guys what's going on here. So this kind of puts together all of the different quote unquote ingredients that are necessary to produce tornadoes. Right now, we don't have a lot, but right around 7-8 p.m. Eastern, that's 6-7 p.m. Central, things start to really ramp up out here. By 9 p.m. Central tonight, if there are still storms for whatever reason out here that are mature enough to take advantage of this environment, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that produces very big tornadoes. All right. Someone in chat asked if the mic cord could be touching a power cord. Yeah, that's definitely possible. But the thing is the mic cord has been touching the power cord for years, and we haven't really had a problem until recently. Is it bad? Is it that bad? Because we need to figure this out today. I really don't know if it's the mic or if it's the mixer, but I'm going to go ahead and get another mic just in case. Hold on 1 second, y'all. It's not that bad. If I turn down my mic gain too much, you guys won't be able to hear me at all. Especially like if Andy was to talk right now or anybody else was to talk, they're already much louder than me. So I can't turn the mic gain down. And the one thing that I have tried changing is the cord. And it's not the cord. The cord's not the problem. cord is not the problem. All right, sweet. I'm just going to keep going. You just know that I am going to try to fix it. And the only reason I bring it up at all, I don't notice it. When I go back and watch this, if I ever go back and watch some of the clips, I don't notice it. But every time I look at the chat, somebody is noticing it. So I want to make sure that we're not... Whoa. What is going on here? Hold on one second. Pacer. Aha. Not aha. Hold on one second. You guys are watching live production here. Meteorologist Andy Hill, I think he is on the way. He will be joining us before things start taking off. I'm not going to lie to y'all. When I first saw the mud and the water droplets on the windshield there, I thought it was debris. About to start hooting and hollering. All right, sweet. All right. We got it figured out now, son. All right, so Brett Adair is on the storm in Kansas, okay? That is looking really, really impressive on radar. Lots of outflow boundary interactions happening right now around these storms. That's going to be the main mechanism that allows for tornadoes to happen at this point, because we don't have that big lower level jet stream uptick that's going to kind of really ramp up the environment later this afternoon and evening. So, the fact that we're seeing so many storms pop up right now, and we're seeing all of these little boundaries kind of float out from them, and they're all touching each other. They're kind of like interacting with each other, bumping into each other, creating new storms, creating more outflow boundaries. That's the kind of look that you typically see if you're going to get a daytime tornado in a situation like this. Otherwise, once again, if these storms stay mature and discrete, by the time the sun starts to set this evening, every storm will probably start to try to produce a tornado because of the interaction with that lower level jet. Right now, we just don't have that in place, really. So it's all of these mesoscale accidents that are going to be the thing that kind of, really tries to get these storms to spin. Right now, the storms aren't spinning that much. This one tried to spin down there south and west of Bird City, but it's really not doing much at this moment. I think the big deal here is going to be hail. Okay, there's a severe thunderstorm warning now for Bird City over here in Kansas, and it's got that tornado possible tag. Okay, and also hail up to 1.75 inches in diameter. Okay, so that is, that's some golf balls. Bigger, maybe even a little bit bigger than golf balls. That's going to be a problem there if you are anywhere between Bird City and Achilles in Kansas, and that's going to be a big problem for some of our storm chasers that are probably going to be in and around these storms here very soon. Man, there's a lot of storm chasers out there today. Richard Paul says, Ryan, You do tremendous work. Last week when we had tornadoes in southeast Iowa and northeast Missouri, I was only 4 miles from one near Wayland, Missouri. Hey, thank you for that.
A new tornado
And
warning
I'm
has
glad
been
you got
issued.
missed. Oh boy, we got a tornado warning here on our storm that we've been watching, Bird City. Here we go. Tornado warning for Bird City, Kansas. Okay. And McDonald, Kansas. Take shelter. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, but the National Weather Service is watching the heck out of this storm, and they know what's up. They know that this is the kind of storm that can very quickly try to produce a tornado. I do wonder if our storm chaser, I wonder if Caleb, can you see this storm? What do you see right now from your windshield when we pull it up? What are we looking at? Do you know? Hold on. I don't know if Caleb can hear me right now.
Yeah, Ryan, do you have me?
Yes, I got you now.
So actually what I'm doing right now is I'm actually dropping south. I just feel like the dry line that's going to fire further south towards the Scotts City area is going to be a more favorable environment for us to see tornadoes within probably the next 30-45 minutes as the storm starts to develop.
Okay.
So we're currently looking south towards Scott City.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So that's Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. Once again, we're doing some live production here. And by the way, above my head, something really cool here. That's the exact location of Caleb and Hall Force 1 right now, which is something that we don't usually have for our chasers. But with Caleb, since he's in our vehicle, we've got his live location. And also, if you look up there in the top right, that is going to be some of the information from the instrumentation on that vehicle as well. So that is that's a live view from Hall Force 1. We'll change that nameplate up there. Once again, we got to get all this stuff figured out today because tomorrow I think it's going to be a little bit crazier, and I don't think we're going to have time to play around with this stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm trying my best to just get this out of the way, work out all of the bugs, and we'll have it ready to go for tomorrow. We've been doing, and I don't know why we do this, every single beginning of tornado season and every single daggone, hurricane season, we always decide to do all of our major renovations and stuff during that rather than in the slow season for some reason. We've been doing some major stuff here. We've been unplugging everything, moving everything around. We've got our bonded internet connection now, so we shouldn't really ever lose internet here. We've got Starlink satellite connection. We've got AT&T, Verizon, and 1 gigabyte symmetrical fiber internet here, all in one router. And if one fails, we go to another immediately. And then also I've got huge, about 300 pounds worth of backup batteries here hooked up to my setup. So if the power goes out, we're good to go for quite some time, about 70 minutes before I lose power on my setup here. So the world just about has to end before we'll go off the air now. But of course, there's some bugs that come along with that.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Like that. I want to move that down. There we go. Okay, so let's come back to the radar here and let's see what's going on there. Was that a legit upgrade there? Yep, there it is. Look at this. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado near County Road 23 in southern Cheyenne County. That's our first confirmed, really, tornado since we started the stream. So we've got a damaging tornado and golf ball size hail possible moving up here between Bird City and McDonald. Interesting. We can't really tell much about this from this radar, from the velocity. I mean, it looks good on reflectivity. However, I don't really see much going on in velocity. Let's see who's close to that. I think so, and also Brett Adair. Yeah, so Brett Adair, you see the live feed above my head there? He's right underneath that storm where the tornado should be. So let's go look at him a little bit more. What the heck is going on here, Bulls? Yeah, so this is a live look at Brett Adair's feed. And I don't necessarily see a tornado. Maybe we should call him up. Hey, Brett, just checking in with you here. We've got an upgrade to the warning that's associated with the storm that you're on. It's a confirmed tornado warning now. I know that you're really close to it, so whenever you get a chance, just tell us what you're seeing out there. So here's a report right here. Funnel cloud lasted about 1.5 minutes. Location via radar. I don't see that actual report yet. I'm interested to read about it. We don't have Elijah with us yet. I think he's going to be hopping on a little bit later. So I honestly, I don't know who saw that tornado, but I don't think that it's there now. At least unless Brett Adair is just not pointing us towards that thing, I don't see it. Velocity from DEN is better from Denver. I mean, not really. I mean, yeah, you can see in the upper levels here, there's some spin, which you would expect with a storm like this. But that doesn't sell me on anything. Like the Goodland radar is, focused on the surface, and that's where tornadoes happen, right? And there's much less rotation there. At least from the radar, we've got an observed tornado warning, so we want to take that seriously. I'm just kind of curious about how they came to that conclusion there. This is a very, very strong storm, obviously, big-time storm on the radar.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. Brett Adair made that report of a tornado down at 4:47 p.m., short-lived rope tornadoes.
Okay, so that was Chris. So Brett was the one that made that report. Okay, well, it's not there now. It's not there now. And if Brett had that on the feed, somebody should have hollered at me. I did not see that. Brett said it was on the ground for about 30 to 40 seconds. Okay. Well, we know now that the storm is capable of producing a tornado. So that means we got to take it more seriously if we're in Bird City or McDonald. My goodness, all of the storm chasers essentially are going south, it seems. So all of our storms that have produced tornadoes so far today have occurred right in this corridor. However, we've got major storms popping up along the dry line down here from West Kansas down into the northern part of the panhandle of Texas and the western part of the panhandle of Oklahoma. And that is, these storms could theoretically be in a situation where they are even more likely to produce tornadoes. So the storm chasers are abandoning the low-hanging fruit here and kind of going after the more risky yet more desirable storms down here. And by the way, guys, these storms that are popping up down here, with the amount of convection that we are seeing, it's pretty concerning because this is almost certainly going to create a situation where if these storms are mature by whenever the sun starts to set this evening, okay, whenever things start to slightly cool off a little bit at the surface, just a tiny, tiny little bit, they are going to have the best opportunity to produce tornadoes than we have seen really since I started this channel almost. The parameter spaces for tornadic activity are off the charts tonight, especially between, I think, 8 p.m. Central and let's say midnight Central. Okay, that time period there is the wind shear is off the charts. Now we really start losing instability at the same time. Okay, whenever the wind shear and the kinematics really start picking up, the thermos, the kind of the temperature and the dew points and all that kind of stuff, that starts to take a dive in the opposite direction. So there's going to be a brief period of time where we have a really good shot, I think, of seeing some big tornadoes here in West Kansas. Was his tornado on the screen, though? I see you guys are saying that he reported it, but was it on the camera? What time in the Kansas City area? This won't be to you in Kansas City until tomorrow. You guys don't have to worry about anything until tomorrow. Let me show you. I should probably show you guys what the heck I'm talking about here. Don't want to scare anybody. Let's get detailed with our messaging here. All right, check it out. This is the severe weather threat today. Double enhanced risk. Okay, we got an enhanced risk up here in northwest Kansas. In Kansas City, we don't even really have a risk at all today. All right, you're fine over there. A little bit of a different story down here towards Wichita Falls. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather down there as well. Most of this is driven by a big hail threat. I think we're going to see some softball size hail today in one of these storms. Either the ones that form around Wichita Falls or the ones up there in northwest Kansas that we're seeing right now producing, golf ball size hail. They're going to try to get much bigger. All right. And that's what's driving our risk. However, we do have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes up here in northwest Kansas. I think that if the Storm Prediction Center knew that we were going to see the dry line convect in the way that it is right now, that 10% hatch would probably go down a little bit farther to the south. Okay, so I don't want to Sharpie it. I don't make these outlooks. Okay, but I do think that the parameter spaces, the potential for tornadoes are almost just as high down here as they are up here if these storms continue to grow. But this is a huge risk area. Oklahoma City's in the 5%. Once again, Wichita Falls, you guys are in the 5% as well. So we're going to be watching these storms tonight. But you guessed it, it does not end there. Tomorrow, Kansas City, that's your all's time. Eastern Nebraska, a lot of southwestern Iowa, northwestern Missouri, you guys are under a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes. Right now, at this very moment, that seems like it's going to be worse than today. Okay, the forecast models and everything are showing quite a more significant environment that would produce supercells tomorrow. And all the models are actually convecting storms and stuff. But like if these storms that we're seeing right now in Kansas grow enough, then today and tomorrow are equal as far as the ceiling goes. But yeah, we've got a chance of some big tornadoes tomorrow in Kansas City and all the yellow areas there. And then I expect that could be enhanced or elongated farther south once again if trends continue to look the same. But you're under that 5% all the way down into Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa, Oklahoma, almost down to Dallas, Fort Worth. Okay, Little Rock, you guys are almost in that. Pine Bluff, you're in it. So tomorrow's a bigger day, a higher population day. And then it's a little far out, okay? But Saturday, I talked about this in the extra video earlier. Saturday has the craziest look out of any of our storm systems in the plains since I've started this channel has ever had. Saturday could be a tornado outbreak, okay? if everything comes together right. These plains systems are harder to kind of predict ahead of time. Sometimes whenever we have a tornado outbreak in the southeast or in the Ohio Valley, the way that those work is the trough kind of blows through and we have a ton of forcing, and it's like we're definitely going to have storms, like, and we've got the wind shear, so like this is exactly what's going to happen. With these plain systems,
Tornado!
we don't have that
Got
same
him!
kind of thing. So that was Chris. That was Chris. He said tornado, got him. Chandra, I don't know if you've got Chris pulled up, but apparently he can see a tornado right now. So we'll throw that up if we've got it. Where is Chris? What? Chris is if this is correct, if this location is correct, Chris is up here near Garden City. I'm gonna.
Ryan, that was not me.
Oh, okay. That sounded just like Chris.
Tornado! Got him!
Guys, did that not sound like Chris? That was Brad or Brett. Sorry, that was Brett. So he's talking about the tornado that he saw earlier. I'm not crazy, right? That definitely sounded like Chris. Oh my goodness. You think that's going to be the only one today or what? Come on, somebody back me up here. It definitely did.
A new tornado watch has been
Okay, we got a
issued.
new tornado watch, by the way. I want to show you all. Well, I've heard Chris Hall's voice a million times during these live streams, and that was Brett doing a Chris Hall impression, I think. Okay, anyways, we got this new tornado watch here for Lamar, Colorado, Garden City, Kansas, Liberal, Kansas, all the way down into Perryton, Texas, Borger, and Cactus, Texas. Y'all, this is a much higher end tornado watch, a couple strong
Ryan,
tornadoes
copy.
possible. That was Caleb. Yeah, Caleb, I can hear you. Hold on one second, though. I want to test something out. I've got some production to do here. Key me up on Zello one more time, Caleb. Tornado. Got him. Yeah, what if that was the new sound that played when there was a warning? Come on, Caleb, keep me up on Zello one more time. I got to test something out. Daggone it. Yeah, what's up, Caleb? Probably should have just done that from the beginning. Let's go, dude. All right, well, I'm going to go over here. Paste this right there. Paste this here. Caleb, whenever you're ready. Anyways, I've got it set up now to where whoever's talking, their name should pop up. I just forgot to move that over onto the other scenes here. So hopefully that will work now. Yada, 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 yada. Oh. Somebody please keep me up on Zello. Please. You know what? I'll do it myself. Aha. You see it? You see that? Wait. What I do with it? Okay, but you can see that. And then you can see it here too. It's a little small, but I can make it bigger. Why is it down there? Well, I know, because like I know it's very confusing. Obviously, it's confusing for me. Whenever
right. It's Chris. When
there
you
we go.
have a minute.
You see his name now. So we're all good. We're all going to know exactly who's talking and when they talk, right? Beautiful. We love that. I'm a master at OBS, y'all. Master. Actually, not really. This is all held together with literal duct tape. All right, what did Chris say?
All right. It's Chris when you have a minute.
Go ahead, Brett. I'm just joking. What's up, Chris? Oh my God.
Hey, Ryan, I did not hear that come through on my end, but I'm glad I have your stream up in my ear. Just letting you know, we are just to the north of Garden City in the middle of nowhere, Kansas, on some back dirt farm road, watching some storms just to our southwest. We're watching the storm specifically to the south of Johnson, north of Elkhart, and the one southeast of Walsh, I think it is. Those are in the most primed environment for any storm, in my opinion, right in the southwest corner of Kansas. As they move to the north, northeast, I think they're going to get stronger, and that would probably be our ones to watch for tornadic activity. So we're out here in the middle of nowhere, letting them come up towards us. So,
y'all, this is why we like to start the streams early here, okay? You guys are early. We got to have every single stream. There's a bunch of bugs we got to work out. So this is the pre-show. Okay, you got to watch us make all the mistakes that we're going to make. So I think they can hear me now. Let's go again. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb, whenever you're ready.
Hey Ryan, sorry about that. I was trying to show you back there, but I just had a very brief funnel above me. Not on anything crazy. I had a shot of it, but I think I didn't have signal while that was going. But we should be back up and running and good to go here shortly. But we're definitely already starting to see these cells that are firing along the dry line start to produce.
Okay. All right, so that was Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham. He is out here with all the rest of those chasers, waiting on these storms to get their acts together. Way over yonder in West Kansas. Now, we've got a storm right now that has its act together that's going through Bird City and McDonald right now. It's going up towards Benkelman in Nebraska. Okay, it's got a tornado warning on it. That's the only tornado warning we have right now. We've also got a storm up here producing hail up to the size of quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving up there towards Max in Nebraska. And we've got some storms over here in northeast Colorado that are producing some small hail and some winds, and we have some storms as far north as South Dakota, and South Dakota, producing some really strong winds as well, and some 1.25 inch diameter hail. So you might be thinking, if you're watching right now, you might be thinking, okay, this is where all the storms are. Why in the heck are the storm chasers down here? What's going on? Well, the thing is we have new storms that are forming down here along this dry line, okay? And when I say dry line, what I mean is there's an area of really warm, moist air that kind of abruptly gets interrupted by a sharp area of cool, dry air. And the line is really sharp. If you're in, over here in Colorado Springs, it's dry, okay? But if you're in Dodge City, it's wet. The air. I'm talking about the air, okay? And in the middle, where those two air masses meet, especially the sharper the gradient, whenever you have like a really dry air mass next to a really warm air mass, you've got the capacity for some big time thunderstorms to go up, okay? So it's not always it doesn't always work, right? That's not always, usually it's a cold front. That's what it takes to get big storms to form, or some sort of outflow boundary. So it's not always, we're not sure if storms are going to actually convect and start forming in dry line setups. But when they do, it is the absolute cream of the crop when it comes to storm chasing. It's very likely that a lot of these storms that you're seeing right now are the baby versions of what will become supercells, like big supercells that produce tornadoes. Okay, so we're likely looking at the beginning stages of at least a small-scale tornado situation here in southwest Kansas. We'll see if it continues to grow and become a bigger deal as time goes on. So this is the magic, okay? This is what all the storm chasers drove thousands of miles for. If you guys remember in one of our more recent streams where we had the blip, okay? It was the same deal, all right? We had this really warm air mass clashing up against the cooler and drier air mass, but nothing happened, right? You guys remember the blip? We had 30,000 people sitting here watching a blip on the radar, okay? And nothing happened, literally. But the thing is if storms would have convected properly that day, we would have had some big tornadoes. Today is similar, okay? Actually, today is the wind shear and everything is actually a little bit more than what we had that day. But now we have way more than just a blip, right? We have a lot of storms trying to form here. And this is exactly what we were hoping wouldn't happen for the residents out here. And if you're a storm chaser, this is what you wait your whole daggone life for a lot of the time. So these setups are kind of rare, or at least they have been in recent memory here. Anyways, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, we've got a bunch of storms firing along the dry line here. Let's start investigating and looking at their potential to spin. And my goodness, you can see this one right here is really starting to pull in. It's sucking in a lot of air right here. Okay, and as it gets taller and it starts to interact with that ever so slowly increasing lower level jet stream, the winds just above your head, they're going to start blowing around 30, 40 miles per hour, 50, 60, maybe even close to 70 much later tonight. And whenever that starts happening and you've got those backed surface winds from the warm, moist air moving into the dry air, it's just, it's hard to not have a bunch of tornadoes in that situation, okay? It would be more surprising to not have them than to have them. So we've got a series of supercells forming here. The most impressive one right now, as far as actual spin goes, I think is going to be the one to the south and west of Leote. Okay, so we're going to be watching that one very carefully. But we also have to watch this one as well, because it's in a very good position to kind of get nudged by this storm. Okay, so if the cool air from the top of this storm kind of merges with and tries to interact with the base of this storm up here, that could be something that actually intensifies this storm. So if you're a storm chaser, this is a very interesting situation. Sometimes it's kind of stressful. You've got to pick the right storm, right? Because you can't chase all of them. You know, you've got to drive up here, you've got to drive down here, and then the storms are going to be moving, right? So you're not going to be able to catch up with them likely if you dedicate yourself to one of the storms or another one. So, you know, you've got to really play your cards right here, or you could miss what you've driven hundreds of miles for. Chandra, let's make sure we get Brad Arnold somewhere on the top 3 there. I think we could probably put him in place of Britt for now, because he's got a really good shot. Andy is on his way. Once again, we started early today because I knew we would have some kinks to work out. So, you know, he'll be here when the tornadoes show up, okay? So, yeah, it's just me and you for now, guys. Sorry. It's just me. You got to deal with me and my staticky mic, which hopefully we're going to get that fixed before the next stream. I did order a new mic just in case that's the problem.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
Look at that. Look at that. You see that? How cool is that? We'll never not know who it is that's talking now. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I don't know if you can see my stream right now, but if you just look out, I have the PTZ turned to the west, just off the road here. And the cell that I'm on is really starting to kick up with some updraft. Pretty consistent rising scud action, and then it's just absolutely ripping dirt up off the ground right now, which you can see on stream. No circulation to that, but it definitely is intensifying.
All right. So, unfortunately, we can't see it. It's working fine. There's a problem with our computer back there, it seems like. But this is that stream that he's talking about. This is live from Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. Guys, give me just 1 second. I'm going to leave that up. I'll be right back. Give me just 1 second. All right. I'm back. Working out them bugs once again. And somebody in chat said that we should have a pre-stream checklist. You think we don't? Of course we do. We just need to add some more things to that list that we don't know until we go live. By the way, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, so it's the perfect time for me to run around and fix things. Okay? I do want to thank you to everybody that's tuning in right now. We've got 23,000 people here for the pre-show as we prepare for what I think will be a pretty big outbreak of severe weather and potentially tornadoes this evening. Now would be the time, though, where we're going to start getting serious, okay? And we really need to start, considering sharing the stream and getting it out there, especially if you know anybody out there in West Kansas, okay? If you know anybody in the panhandle of Oklahoma or Texas, okay? This is looking like it's going to be a pretty big deal as far as severe weather goes, and we want to make sure everybody is hyper aware of exactly what's going on. Look at that view that we have right now from Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 of that storm up there near Logan County, Kansas. That's going to be this storm. Okay, so let me show you this. This storm right here, we're looking at the base of it through Caleb's stream. You think if I turn the noise gate off on my mic, it would make the static less noticeable? Let's try it. Because it would just kind of always be there, you know? Yeah, this storm is going nuts, the one that Caleb's on.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I'm sure you guys can see it right now on the camera, but directly basically above where the Tempest is sitting on the screen, just within the last couple of seconds or minutes here, we've started to see a lowering develop there. Obviously, from my current position, I can't tell if there's any sort of rotation on that, but there definitely is a defined lowering beginning to be produced on this storm right now.
Okay. All right, so there you go. This is a live look right now at Logan County, Kansas. It's the storm that's eventually going to be going up there towards Elkader in Kansas on Highway 83. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham has an incredible view for us from the rooftop PTZ camera there. Yeah, this is definitely a developing supercell. It looks like it's starting to rotate a little bit. Chandra, who's in 5? Whoever that is needs to be somewhere where we can see him. I don't know. I can't tell what's going on here, but if we could get that camera in 1, 2, or 3, that'd be great. And just whenever that
Hey Ryan, it's
name
Chris.
gets
When
changed,
you,
let me know.
have a free minute.
Chris says what?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. When you have a free minute.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, we are nearing Scott City. We're about to shoot west here towards the town of Leote, I think is how you say that name. That storm that is coming up towards Leote is really trying to get its act together. Visible from the Dodge City radar, you can tell it's really pulling in a lot of inflow, and it is starting to get that little bit of a appendage on the backside of the storm. See if it may try to wrap around here in the next little bit. Like it is a tail end Charlie there for a little while. Nothing to its south besides a little tiny rain shower. So we're going to get up here like the 100 other chasers, it looks like, and see what it's going to do.
Okay. All right. So that is Chris Hall, who's chasing out there today in Kansas, giving us a view of our awesome storm. Brad Arnold is as well. Chandra, who's in the 3 spot? And who's in the 2? So was it better with the noise gate or without it? Should I turn the noise gate back on? And I know that like half of you guys say that there is no problem whatsoever. Half of you say that the stream is unwatchable. But we're working on fixing it. We are probably going to have to deal with it today. Okay, we've got the names finally figured out here. If you're just now tuning in, these are some really impressive supercells that are popping up here in West Kansas. We think that they're probably going to drop some big tornadoes. Okay, we think that they're probably going to drop some big old tornadoes. They're not doing it right now. However, we have the best possible surveillance of them right now through Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed, Brett Adair, and Caleb Beecham. We also have Chris Hall out there. We only can show a couple at a time here. We don't want to overwhelm you with too many feeds on the screen at once. But, you know, Brandon Clement, Brian Emfinger, Chris Hall, Zach Hall, like literally every Storm Chaser on Earth, I think, is out there. And we're trying to work with as many of them as possible. But Brad Arnold is giving us a great picture of that storm right now. And so is Caleb. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just waiting for these storms to do something other than what they're doing right now, which is just producing some hail and some wind. Colby, Kansas, you guys are about to get in on some of that the hail, I think. Yeah, that's definitely an impressive lowering. You can tell that that's a supercell that wants to, at some point, produce a tornado. I'm just really thankful that none of these are showing very strong signs of rotation right now. The strongest signs we have are the cells to the south and west of Leote. But another thing to think about there is that those cells also have they're farther away from the radar. So we're seeing them higher up in the sky. So that's not necessarily indicative of what's happening on the ground. Man, what an incredible view from Brad. I don't think we should move. I do want to talk to Brad. Brad, if you're free, we're live on YouTube. Just let us know if you got a second. This is definitely what a maturing supercell looks like here. It's happening live before you right now. Oh, daggone it.
Hey, yeah, Ron, I got a copy for you.
Brad, we're all just pretty much doing the same thing that you are, watching these storms, looking at what's going on. I would love to hear your thoughts on the way today's going so far, though, whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, so we initially went up to Interstate 70 up there where the boundary was kind of setting up. The boundary has continued to push a little bit further south. I'm not a huge fan of the way it's oriented, more of a northwest to southeast. I would like to see that more west to east. So that would mean that we need to have a little bit of we need to have that something to force that boundary back north a little bit. But we've been dealing with a little bit of a capping issue down here. Obviously, you can tell that the cap has broken. So all these storms are really getting their act together now. The storm that we're on right now is getting very, very close to interacting with that boundary. There's just not much shear off the boundary. So if we're going to get a tornado, it's going to be kind of like one of those things in Goodland where it ingests that boundary and we get a tornado pretty quickly. Been seeing a lot of dust getting kicked up from possible gustnadoes. Have not seen anything just yet, but if we do get a tornado on this storm, it's going to be within the next probably 5 to 10 minutes as it interacts with that outflow boundary right there. So we're just going to kind of bounce from cell to cell, and as soon as that outflow boundary, if it can stall out, then that would be where you would possibly get your significant tornado at.
Okay, so that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. We're going to be hearing from him a lot today. The tornado sniffer is what we call him there.
Hey, Ryan, if you got a copy, we have a very brief little tiny funnel poking off the storm right now.
That was Caleb. And this is a live look from his feed here. We're zooming in on the PTZ camera. And my goodness, every time, oh yeah, little baby. Every time we look at this storm, it looks more and more impressive. Look at that little noodle there. Once again, this is a live look from Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Logan County, Kansas, at the beginning of what will likely become a very large severe weather outbreak. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We don't have any tornado warnings, but we expect that to change. I did want to go over the radar here a little bit and talk to you about what we're seeing with this storm. So all of the storm chasers essentially are watching this one, especially Brad and Caleb. And they say that the best opportunity for this to potentially produce a tornado is when it interacts with the outflow boundary. Okay, because there's not a lot of wind shear right now. That's not coming until later this evening. Little storm interactions with cool pools of air that come out from underneath other storms are the best way for storms like this to produce tornadoes if they're going to. And you can, if you're watching the radar right now, you can see exactly where this outflow boundary is. You see this right here? What that is it's rain-cooled air that has escaped from other thunderstorms, and it's moving into warmer air as it goes pretty much east to west. So this outflow boundary here, there's some rain-cooled air that's going down this way. It is about to interact with this storm. Okay, whenever that happens, if the interaction happens in the right way, it could cause enough rotation at the surface to cause a tornado here. So that's kind of what our chasers are expecting here as we continue to watch this unfold. And you can see that the outflow boundary has a major impact on our storms. Like this little storm here interacted with it and blew up. You see how much larger this storm has become? Now, our storm that our chasers are watching right now is already quite large. It's already producing some large hail. So, that's going to be an interesting interaction to watch. This storm down here a little bit farther south and west in Kansas, the one that's going up towards Syracuse and Johnson, is a little bit more intense. It's not, well, it is rotating more from what we can tell on radar, but it's also got some 2-inch in diameter hail with it. Once again, that's Syracuse, Kansas. Get ready for that. And we still don't have any convection really yet near Amarillo, but it's probably coming soon. Probably coming soon. Jacob says, Ryan, I'm 24 and I've been obsessed with weather for like 16 years. I love the coverage and info you provide and just love everything you're doing. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. And I appreciate y'all's patience. We're doing this. We're just doing this and we're just doing it as we go. And you guys get to watch us fix all the errors and all the problems live on the air. That's why we start early. And once again, for people who are just now tuning in, if you hear a little bit of static in the mic, I am sorry about that. We're working on replacing the mic. I think it's just a bad mic. I've had it for a while, I guess. I don't know. It's not the cord. It's not anything else. So we're just going to have to deal with it today, though. Sorry. Oh, and before we get into the potential big severe weather outbreak here today, usually it's tradition here recently. My son has been delivering hamburgers to me, and he loves being a part of the stream, but I've already eaten today. So we're going to compromise, and he's still going to check in with us right now. Echo, if you're watching, there you are. You're on TV. That's my son, Echo, Otto, and my wife, Stephanie. We usually refer to her as the weather wife. Tuned in from the house there. I really enjoyed the burgers. They were good. I'm trying to find a sign. Trying to figure out which one of these, if I was out there storm chasing today, which one would I go after? And, it's not an easy decision to make. Wow, this thing is continuing to develop really intense looking bases. We've got about 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE down there in the more southern extent of where our storms are popping up. So that's one of the reasons why things are kind of popping off down there. Chandra, we got to get 6 up there. Colin says, you are the Gandalf of meteorology. I like it. Thank you, Colin. Holly, thanks for the gifted. Samantha, thanks for being here for 35 months. To see the difference you guys have made from the time I started subscribing to your channel to now, almost 3 years later, is incredible. Thank you for everything you continue to do. Samantha, thank you. Thank you for the very kind words. We have made some improvements, but we do still have a buzzing microphone. So, I mean, how far have we really come? I'm joking. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Okay, let's see. Nick Gorman has a cool view. So basically, we're looking at the same storm from multiple different views here. Caleb's got us from one direction.
Chris, you have a copy?
Brad's got us from another direction. Nick Gorman, however, is right underneath the daggone thing. He's inspecting it from the bottom up. So that's a cool vantage point. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, we are coming up on the storm to the Leote storm. I am going to leave this storm. The storm that is northwest of Johnson, really trying to uptick over the last couple of scans and actually has a pretty decent velocity couplet as well. So we're going to drop south on that and we'll check and see it out. We'll check it out, I guess I could say. Probably drop down around Lakin and then go a little bit west from there.
All right, so there you heard it. You just heard it, son, from Chris Hall. He's going to go south. And the lights are purple. That means Riley's got something for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So I think we covered this briefly, but I figured that I'd bring it up again because there's actually a semi-professional term for this, but with how many supercells we have right now, they're kind of crowded together. And one of the things that we can see happen with this is one supercell interacting with the rear flank downdraft of another. What this does is it will force a storm to produce a tornado because it increases the rotation. Now, Cameron Nixon actually just talked about this in a tweet earlier, and he posted a video about it. And the official term for that is nudgers.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Riley. We have actually mentioned the nudging a little bit here so far today. But I think that this is a good time to bring that up again because we've got a lot of opportunities for that to happen over the next little bit. We've got a lot of supercells out here. They're kind of close together, and like Riley said, and also we've got all of these outflow boundaries. Okay, so like this is going to start, bringing about new storms. It's going to start to intensify existing storms, and then if it happens in just the right way, if you've got a supercell that's almost kind of by itself, and then the forward flank of a supercell just to the south and west of that one kind of gets sucked into the base or kind of touches, even just kind of barely grazes, sends some cooler air into that the backside of that storm, sometimes that can at least briefly increase the likelihood that the storm produces a tornado. It doesn't always work. The false alarm rate on that is probably extremely high if you look for that every single time, but it is 100% something that we're going to have to watch out for today. Nudgers. All right. So if you guys see any nudgers on the radar here, make sure you let me know in the chat. So I don't want to miss any nudges today. Colby, Kansas, you guys are getting in on some major rain, probably some hail right now. If anybody lives in Colby, if you can do so safely, or when you can do so safely, send us a picture of that hail over on Twitter or X at Ryan Hall, y'all. We got a 1.5 inch report here from Colby, Kansas, from a trained spotter. I think bigger hail's on the way. Man, these storms are getting big, man. There's no cap today. The cap is gone, son. Now, once again, whenever the sun starts to set, wind shear will increase and these storms will have a better chance to rotate, but very quickly, their fuel source is going to start to go downhill a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see, like, are these storms going to stay mature enough to produce tornadoes after sunset or not? That's going to be the big question here. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you, I Love Trains, for being a member. And by the way, members, tomorrow is Friday. We're going to try our first ever members only thing like we've been talking about, where we maybe go over a little bit more of the educational side of things. But also, I think that a good way to kind of conceptualize what I'm trying to do there is just a pre-stream. So we're going to go live before the actual stream starts, and we're going to answer your questions and go over a little bit more of the sciencey stuff. Hopefully, we'll have Andy with us for that tomorrow. So that's a members-only thing. We try to do stuff for our members because you guys, obviously, you don't have to do that. You don't have to be a member, but you do. So we want to make sure that we're doing something for you. So we're going to start the stream a little bit early for y'all tomorrow. Maybe talk about some photographs, maybe some how to read the velocity, radar, how to read correlation coefficient, stuff like that. And then if you already know all that stuff, we're also just going to hang out for a little bit and talk about weather. And probably troubleshoot some microphone issues. You know, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, these storms are really getting going in Kansas. Thankfully, none of them are really rotating much yet, at least to like an extremely strong degree. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, if you want to take a look at Nick Gorman's feed, those are softball-sized hailstones on the ground.
Oh, my goodness. So, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman is right underneath. Once again, he's right underneath that big storm that we're watching from a distance from Caleb's feed. And he's got some large hail here. It looks like he's arrived after it stopped falling, so that's why he still has a windshield at this moment. But you can see the hail littering the ground there. So we've got very, very big, very large hail associated with this storm. And once again, this is the storm that's going near Russell Springs right now. You could see some of this up there towards Monument here soon. Get ready for it. Paul, thank you so much for the extremely generous super chat. Thank you, Paul. You didn't have to do that. And welcome to all the new members. I listen, I'm excited too. I think the pre-stream, the pre-stream tomorrow is going to be, it's going to be wild. It's going to be one of those things where you just had to be there. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you. Yeah, that's some hail, son. So what we're looking at here is the underside of this storm. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham's got Hall Force 1 out there, showing us the storm from a distance, and then Nick Gorman is literally in it, son. Oh, here we go. Look at that. That is some big hail. Gaw. And that's probably already melted down a little bit, too. It looks like it's been a minute since that's fallen. Does Nick have a halometer? I don't know if he's got one or not.
He does have a halometer. Let me hit him real quick, and I'll see if we can get a little halometer hail.
Yes, we need some halometer action. snowball fight. Also seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this. Oh no, Nick can't find the hail meter. No.
Hey Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
So we had to swap vehicles to the Dodge Charger today, so unfortunately I do not have the halo meter on me, but I do see a lot of golf balls mixed in with some baseballs here on the outside of the tail core. I do notice a big uptick in lightning.
Okay, so that's Storm Chaser Nick Gorman giving us the latest on this big hailstorm. It's coming up towards Monument. That's warned for 1.75 inch in diameter hail, but I think I saw some hail larger than that there, so probably get ready for that. And Monument and Oakley over there in Kansas. If you're just now tuning in, we are mostly talking about extreme west Kansas here.
Ryan, I got a developing wall cloud here on the storm north of Johnson, Kansas right now. Unfortunately, my stream is down, so you cannot see it.
Okay, so that's Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl giving us an update on his situation. He's got a pretty strong storm coming together. We can't look at it, but it's nice to know. It sounds to me like a lot of these storms are really starting to get their act together.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second?
How do you go all the way out there and not have a halometer? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Just a real quick update from the outside of the storm. We're definitely seeing a uptick in CG lightning, so that's cloud to ground lightning. I've also seen an uptick in the inflow coming off the field to my east here. Lots of dirt that's getting picked up and then lofted up into the storm right now. So this storm is definitely continuing to strengthen, but not really showing any significant signs of rotation at this point.
Okay, so that's pretty much what I'm gathering from all of these storms right now. They're all significantly, increasing in their intensity. However, we're not seeing any sort of major increases in the inflow or like relative downdraft out of the storm. Like there's not a lot of rotation with these storms at the moment, at least from what we can tell on radar. Now, that's not to say that there's no rotation. There obviously is some rotation. You can see that in the shape of the storms here. And you can also just tell that from the size of the hail. Okay, there's some big rotating updrafts that are probably quite broad, but they are keeping those ice balls elevated in the sky long enough to attach new water droplets to them and freeze, and then they're trying to fall. Gravity's trying to bring them to the ground, but the updraft won't let it happen until they get too heavy, and then they eventually fall to the ground. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot happening here, but so far, not a lot in terms of tornadic activity, thankfully. However, it's likely not going to last a long time. Let's see here. I think that these storms right here are entering a pretty favorable area for more rotation. I would be watching this one specifically, I think, as it moved a little bit farther to the east. There's quite a bit of vorticity out there. Also, there's a little bit more instability as well with the farther you move out this way. So those are definitely interesting to watch. But of course, these storms farther to the south have to be watched very closely as well. Amarillo, still not seeing anything. Oh, wait, never mind. I take that back. We've got a blip. We've got a couple blips just to the north of Amarillo, Texas. These storms could become big-time problems a little bit later, as we do have a lot of instability down here. A lot of low-level instability and a lot of vorticity. So that's something to keep an eye on there. It's currently 7 p.m. Eastern. close to 6. It's, it's 5:56 Central. We are still a couple hours away from when we really start to see the sunset have a major impact on the low-level jet, but it's starting to happen slowly but surely. The blip, we've got a blip. Tag that blip. Everybody in your mind, remember that blip. We're watching that one for a while tonight, I think. Both of these, actually. Did somebody say blip? Alex, thank you very much for the super chat. It says, thank you, Ryan, and the rest of the team for all the hard work you put in saving lives. Much respect from Georgia. Thank you, Alex. Austin says, this is the only stream I want to watch on my birthday. Happy birthday. Go ahead, Riley.
Look at Brandon Clement's feed.
All right. What do we got here? This is a view from a drone. Goodland, Kansas. Let me pull this up on the radar here for you so you can see with context what we are looking at. What? Gotcha. Okay. So, Leote, Kansas. Gotcha. This is the storm that we're looking at here. This is another one that has a large hail core associated with it. Also seeing some pictures from some of the more southern storms right now, and those also look like they are impressive as far as how low they're getting to the ground, and the fact that they are starting to rotate a little bit more. One thing to notice here is, we got Andy that wants to talk. Hold, 1 second. I do want to very quickly note that the storms that are forming over here in the Texas Panhandle, they are forming in an area that has much more favorable LCLs, or low lifted condensation levels. So that's probably why those storms look more impressive than these more elevated storms back here. All right, go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, y'all. I am here today. It took me an hour to get here via Uber, but the first thing I could see within 10 minutes of pulling up the radar here is right on the Kansas-Nebraska state line. You can actually play this one back from the Goodland radar, Ryan. You can see, even though we're a little bit far from the radar, looking about 5,000 feet above the surface, you can see the hook form and wrap up into the bulk of the precipitation with the supercell, and that rotation is legitimate. There is no tornado warning on this. The storm previously had a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, but I wouldn't be surprised if that does get warned. I think it was maybe a brief circulation, or we may see another cycle with it due to just how fast that hook got wrapped into the storm, into the precipitation there. But if there is a warning for that issued right there on the state line, a little bit approaching McCook in Nebraska, then that's the reason why.
Amazing. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, who's now at the desk, and he'll be chiming in multiple times throughout the day. He sits down, he opens up the radar, and immediately finds potentially an unwarned circulation here. So, that's something that we've got to watch out for. And it actually looks like there could be a little bit of rotation continuing with that. So hey, listen, if you're in McCook, Culbertson, we've got a strong storm coming that's capable of producing some hail up to 1 inch in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it's rotating, and, it might have actually produced a tornado not too long ago north of Herndon. So watch out. Y'all watch out, okay? So, yeah, glad to have meteorologist Andy Hill with us now. We've got Andy, Riley, Caleb, Elijah. We've got the whole crew here. So if things if things get going, and it looks like they're about to, we should have you covered from every angle here as things start to unfold. Leo says Andy is a G. Absolutely. Kat says, I love all your work. Chuck Pringle, thanks for becoming a member. Ben says, Ryan, I'm a fan of your channel. I just wondered on Saturday, I'm in the marginal risk area. Is that something I should be concerned about? No, you shouldn't be concerned. You should pay attention, but you shouldn't be overly concerned. Just don't be scared. Be prepared. Make sure you pay attention to those outlooks, and we'll probably be live that day. So make sure you're tuned in here, and we'll make sure you know all about the warnings and all that good stuff. Looks like they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for McCook with a tornado possible tag. 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Y'all get ready for that, okay?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. All of our storms that are west of Leote is completely merged together. So we're going to check this out before we drop a little bit south. It is producing a lot of CG and a lot of tumbleweeds. There was another one. But we're going to go get a visual on this as it moves across the road right in front of me.
Okay, so once again, I want to show you guys, a lot of our storm chasers have been chasing these storms, right? And one of the things about those storms is they're not in an area where that circulation or the low level instability is going to be able to kind of condensate at a really low level. In fact, some of these storms are technically in an area where they should be quite elevated. However, they're very quickly moving into an area where the dew points and the temperatures are a little bit closer together, and they're going to be able to kind of convect at a lower altitude, allowing for maybe a little bit more, I guess, balance, or there's less room for error. Whenever that circulation starts to happen, it's easier for tornadoes to occur whenever they can be lower to the ground, or the base of the cloud is lower to the ground. So you can see here this 500. That is, that's a lower value than way over here where we have 3,000 and 3,500. As the storms move out of that towards the 750s and 500s, the chances for tornadoes are going to be a little bit higher there. Also, the storms that are forming in the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas down here are forming in an area where we actually are going to have lower LCLs in the first place. So things are definitely slowly but surely coming together here. Regardless of the tornado threat, we are definitely in the middle of a pretty big severe weather outbreak just in terms of hail and wind. We've got a ton of hail reports already. We've got many more on the way, I think, as these storms continue to produce large hail. Oakley, you guys are seemingly next in line here for a big hailstorm. Monument and Oakley, you guys, that's 2.5 inch hail potentially on the way there. Riley's got something. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have received a few reports of a wall cloud on the furthest south storm in Kansas. We just got Freddie McKinney put in the 5 spot if you want to take a look at that storm.
Yeah. Chandra, leave him there. I'm going to pull him up from there. This is a live look from storm chaser Freddie McKinney in Hamilton County, Kansas. We do have, this is one of those storms that is forming a little bit farther south than the other ones that we've looked at. So, it's looking really impressive there. You can see that lowering. You can see that this is definitely a rotating supercell. How much is it rotating? According to velocity and what we can tell, at least from the mid levels, more than most of these other storms. So, and then you can see for yourself right in front of you that it looks pretty impressive near the surface as well. So I'm going to leave that live shot up for just a second. I got to get myself a water. I'll be right back.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Very, very strong inflow coming into this storm here just west of Leote.
You heard Chris? Very strong inflow. We've got an incredible view here of the storm in Hamilton County, Kansas, so we're going to keep that up for a little while as we wait for the next area of interest to pop up here on the radar.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, just within the last couple of seconds here, this northern storm up by Oakley has kind of separated from those southern cells that it was running right next to. And we've definitely started to see an uptick in the updraft on it, so we can clearly see on that left edge of the storm right there some rising scud, which is obviously just an indication that storm is still developing and still continuing to grow.
All right, so that was a word from storm chaser Caleb Beecham, who does have a view of that storm. This is one that's a little bit farther to the north of, it's up there near Oakley, Kansas. So we are going to keep a close eye on that. And this storm that we have down here in Hamilton County, Kansas as well. And Chandra, you can go ahead and put Freddie probably in slot 2 for me. Andy's got something for me. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we're looking in northeast Colorado, south of Holyoke right now. There's a supercell there that is pretty rapidly taking on some features of a mesocyclone, about 7,000 feet above the surface there. You could take a look at it. I honestly do not know if the correlation coefficient signature there is something special or not, since we're a little bit far above the ground. But you can see it's pretty rapid uptick in the velocity scans over the last few scans there, and I think there may be a tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning for it as well. If there's not yet, we definitely need to watch this one.
Hey Ryan, solid dust
in
intercept
southeastern Phillips County, Colorado.
PDS dust intercept.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Chandra, let's make sure we've got Brad Arnold open somewhere, and then this is the area of interest that Andy was just talking about here. Definitely something there south and east of Holyoke. And by the way, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, 1.75 inch in diameter hail, golf ball size hail. And this little new kind of little pop up here is potentially rotating a lot, might even be able to produce a tornado at some point. So we're watching that one extremely closely near Holyoke. You guys, y'all watch out, okay? Real quick, Yeah, this is in Colorado. This is in Colorado. Right now we're looking at a couple different states, mostly Kansas, but obviously now we're looking at Colorado as well. A little bit of Nebraska. I think at some point we're going to be talking a little bit more about Texas and Oklahoma more. But right now, everything that's happening pretty much is in Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska, kind of all around the Goodland area. Let's see. Yeah, so the storm that Freddie McKinney is on continues to look stronger and rotate more on radar. All of the storms they continuously look more and more impressive. These, however, are starting to become a little bit of a mess. If you can see that a lot of them are kind of congealing together. We have huge severe thunderstorm warning polygons going out now, like for the one over here in Sharon Springs, that encompasses a huge area. So I think that we're obviously focused a little bit more on some of the more discrete areas of convection as well. We've got something from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So that Colorado storm that Andy was bringing up a little bit ago, there's actually a storm chaser on that storm, and we do have dust swirling on the ground. So it's either maybe a landspout, gustnado, tornado even. There's something going on there on that storm, though.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. Guys, we're going to hear from him multiple times tonight as well as information starts to pour in. Something's going on with this storm. I mean, just from radar alone, you can tell that it's got that bean shape.
I don't know if you can hear this or not, but the wind in this storm that is just west of Leote is absolutely ripping. Barely can't keep it on the road right now. We really wish I had an anemometer right now. But man, alive, really picking these up right now.
So the wind is picking up with that storm that Chris is on, and that he's talking about the one in Kansas, okay, near Oakley. Back up here to Colorado, to the south of and east of Holyoke, we've got a really suspicious looking storm on radar where it looks like we have what we call a velocity couplet here on the velocity. And what that tells us is that there is some rotation here, and we're also hearing from some storm chasers that they're spinning, something spinning on the ground. Okay, so you put, 2 + 2 = 4, right? So, you put all these things together, and it's kind of saying like, hey, this is a storm that we need to watch for tornadic potential. Currently, there is no, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornadic, possibility tag. There is no tornado warning. So hopefully, if that comes soon, we're going to know why, and we've given a little bit of an early heads up there. Let's see, McCook, Nebraska. You guys are about to get a pretty good heaping helping of rain, maybe some hail, and also this storm continues to rotate. Okay, earlier today we saw it rotate enough to potentially even produce a tornado. This storm continues to have rotating tendencies to it, so that's why you're under a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible language there on the warning. Hail and wind, that's a given, but definitely watch out for the potential for a tornado there. Colby, Kansas, man, you guys have gotten storms all around you. I think, Colby, you guys got some big hail earlier. The biggest hail happened to your south and west, I think, but you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for potentially up to 2.5 inch in diameter hail. I think that was associated with this big storm that Nick Gorman intercepted. We saw those huge hailstones from his perspective. But that one is actually, in the past couple of frames, it looks like it's maybe raining itself out a little bit, or the energy is kind of transferring back into these more western storms a little bit. So Oakley, you guys still need to watch out for some big hail, but hopefully it misses you for the most part. We've got a big multicellular cluster mess here moving up towards Wallace and Sharon Springs. Get ready for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds down there. And then, of course, probably our most impressive storm right now is the one down here near Syracuse. 2 inch in diameter hail, tornado possible, and this is what it looks like live right now from the perspective of storm chaser Freddie McKinney in Hamilton County, Kansas. What an absolutely textbook looking supercell storm. You can see the rotation. You can see the top of it getting kind of drug along there by the mid-level winds. And you can see that it's trying its best to really get going. This storm might have a little bit more of a problem right now with the cap. It's not kind of exploding in a similar way as some of the storms to the north did, but it's still in its infancy stages, and we'll see what happens here if it starts to get going with significant increases here soon. It's also going to be entering an environment where it will be allowed to condensate lower to the ground. You know, right now it's still pretty high, but definitely an interesting storm to see there. Phillips County and Sedgwick County, Colorado, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning now. By the way, y'all, if you're just now tuning in, we don't have any tornado warnings at the moment. We do have a big tornado watch. And we're just waiting on the tornado warnings to come in if they're going to. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have basically a confirmed report now. The entire city of Colby, Kansas is currently without power.
Wow. Okay, Elijah, thank you so much for that. The entire city of Colby, Kansas is reportedly without power. That is...
hey, Ryan, dropping south right now.
Brad.
We're in Scott City, going to that cell that's in Syracuse. What we've been watching out all day, models were hinting at it. The dry line would struggle with shear for the first part of the day, but right about 6 to 7, the 0 to 1 helicity should really build in as the low-level jet kicks in, and I think we're starting to see that now. The Syracuse cell is really starting to rotate, so we're not as dependent now on that boundary as we were earlier in the day. So I think tornado potential is increasing on the dry line as long as you are south of the boundary.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, the tornado sniffer himself, giving us his latest analysis of what's going on out there. I agree with him completely. But yeah, we've got a situation here where we've got a lot of people without power. That's going to continue to happen. We've got some really strong storms here in northwest Kansas, and I really want to make sure that we drive the point home that even though we've got a bunch of storm chasers out there today, they're all searching for the tornadoes. Obviously, whenever tornadoes happen, we have to kind of focus on that on our broadcast here to relay the information about that. But whether you get a tornado or not tonight, anywhere that's experiencing severe weather, it's going to be significant, and it can knock out power throughout an entire town. It could cause flash flooding. It could cause, down trees, power lines, roof damage. Even without a tornado, all this stuff is possible. So if you're under any sort of warning this evening and you're in the risk area, specifically anywhere from the panhandle of Texas all the way up into portions of northeast Colorado, western Nebraska, maybe even southeastern Wyoming, you guys have gotten to make sure you are heeding all of the warnings tonight, as these are some very strong storms. This storm is trying to spin a little bit more than some of the other ones. It's broad, okay, but if you line that up with reflectivity, this is what you would see in a storm that's trying to spin, okay? So watch out there. In Colby, maybe that might float up to the north there and eventually become a problem for y'all. I do want to go back to our Holyoke storm and just look at that again. Something definitely occurred here. I don't know if it's still occurring, but you guys should know, if you're in the path of this storm, that it is definitely a strong storm and it needs to be watched. I want to go back to Amarillo. Nothing. Those blips just to the north of Amarillo are about to really die out. So we'll see what happens with those as they go further into Oklahoma. I do expect we'll see more convection at some point, but right now we're not seeing much. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we now have a confirmed landspout on the ground with that Colorado storm. Storm chasers see it on the ground currently.
Okay, thank you very much. So once again, multiple things are going on with the storm in Colorado. We've got enough spin out here to produce maybe a tornado, definitely a land spout, and we've also got hail, big hail, 1.75 inch in diameter hail possible, all in the Paoli, Amherst, Haxton, and Holyoke area of Colorado. This is in extreme northeastern Colorado. Y'all watch these storms very closely. They're not moving much, so we're going to be dealing with these for a little while longer, okay? Yeah, our blips did not fare well. Today's blips, anyways. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while tonight. I don't think we're going to be here all night, like into the early morning hours tomorrow or anything. When the sun goes down, even though that there's a good chance that the tornado likelihood kind of increases for a period of time, it's also drastically going to decrease the amount of fuel that these storms have to work with. So I don't know how long we'll be here, but I think that we're hopefully going to be able to end the stream in a good enough time to get rested up for tomorrow, which will likely be probably a longer stream. And once again, we've got a larger area that has that 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. And then it doesn't end there. Saturday, we're going to be live again, likely with an even larger severe weather area. So this is day one of potentially 4 straight days of live streaming, I think. The base of the storm that Freddy's on, this is the more southern storm there. It doesn't look as healthy as it did, I think, when we first pulled this up. So that's interesting to see. Coffee, thank you for that. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Lots of people asking the difference between a landspout and a tornado, rightfully so. Good questions, guys. Appreciate that. A landspout is, you may see it condense or kick up dust and thus be visible, a rotating column of air. That doesn't have to be connected to a parent thunderstorm generally, whereas a tornado is connected to, the storm where it's rotating aloft, and thus it's connected to mesocyclone. So that's generally how we define a tornado. There are hybrid cases where you can have a hybrid landspout tornado kind of thing that whips up just from convergence at the surface, and then it eventually connects to the storm. But landspouts are very recognizable with that kind of dust at the surface, and then that thinning out tube that doesn't really go up into like a wall cloud, right? It could just be, there could just be a flat layer of clouds out in the distance and you see it spinning up some dirt. So they have some distinct looks to them. It's not 100% accurate, of course. It takes a little bit of diagnostics sometimes, but generally that's the difference between the two.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill giving us some information about the difference between a landspout and a tornado there. And yeah, anytime you guys have any questions about anything like that, make sure you're saying it in chat and we'll try to get to them. I am, once again, just going back and forth between all of these different radar sites, looking at velocity, looking at reflectivity, looking at the SPC mesoanalysis, and just watching and waiting as things continue to ramp up here. The storms in Colorado are rotating quite a bit. Like that little one, obviously we saw some interesting stuff there. That's one area, but this now is something that we have to watch as well. So the whole big cluster of storms there is likely producing probably several land spouts. and maybe even a tornado at some point. So we've got to watch that, watch it very closely. Yeah, so dust devils and land spouts, there's the difference there too. Yeah. The land spout's much bigger, and there is a cloud associated usually. Dust devil can literally be 3 feet tall and on a sunny day, you know what I mean? Some of the dust devils get pretty big though. We currently have 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. Make that 16. No tornado warnings at the moment. We've got 2 enhanced risks areas of severe weather there. We don't really have anything happening in the southernmost extent of that just yet. We've been focused a lot on Kansas, and that's going to continue to be the case for a little bit, but we also are going to be talking more about Oklahoma and Texas probably later. So the latest, what's this called? HRRR. Latest HRRR does show a lot of the stuff that we're looking at right now, mostly kind of fading away the closer we get to midnight. But that's around the time when the area of interest that has inspired the enhanced risk farther south, that's around the time that stuff starts getting going down here. Likely starting off as 1 or 2 cells and then turning into a big cluster of storms closer to Wichita Falls. Eventually maybe being a damaging wind producer early in the morning between Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And then just kind of being some general morning convection further into Missouri and Arkansas later tomorrow. Much later tomorrow, things are expected to ramp up quite a bit. I would say right around the 4 p.m. Central Time. That's probably around when we're going to go live, and we'll expect to see some supercells popping up over here in southeast Nebraska, maybe even northeastern Kansas, and those are going to move into Missouri and Iowa, and there's going to be another brief period of time where those are
PDS severe thunderstorm warning
very capable of producing tornadoes. So yeah, that's what we're doing tomorrow. And then Saturday, again, for an even larger area, potentially. So we just got a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning. Holy smokes. McCook, we've been talking about this storm for a while now, but you are officially in it. Maybe up to 2.75 inch in diameter hail. That's baseballs. And also, on top of that, we've got 60 mile per hour winds, potentially. So that's something that you want to treat as if it's a tornado warning. You want to take it very seriously, and you want to get to shelter. Okay, you want to go ahead and get in your tornado shelter if you're in the McCook area or even farther north up towards Red Willow. Okay, this is definitely going to be a big storm for you, whether it's got a tornado in there or not. Baseball-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds can do big-time damage. Yeah, so these storms are continuing to get stronger, which is not necessarily, something that we would want to see. The good news is a lot of them are kind of merging together. We're getting a lot of big clusters of storms. The discrete storms, or the more discrete ones, at least, are not having a good time right now, kind of keeping their act together the more south you go. Up here, though, where the cap is really broken, we've got a bunch of really strong storms. But once again, they're not maintaining their discreteness. And if that continues, maybe that'll help us out a little bit as we get closer to the evening, whenever the lower level jet starts to really ramp up. If we had a bunch of mature supercells that were discrete an hour from now, it would be pretty concerning as far as the amount of potential tornadic activity that we could see. It's still concerning right now. It's definitely not zero, but like hopefully we continue to see these mergers happen and we get a big cluster mess of storms and not these little individual areas. But storms could continue to fire up too. Here's another one up north of Syracuse. We were watching the one just to the south. Actually, we were watching this one near Medway. That one's kind of went away. And now the one that's went up north of Syracuse is still chugging along. So we'll see what happens with that one as it goes farther north. It's still rotating. Still looks interesting on the live stream as well. So and by the way, once again, we've got Hall Force 1 on the road out there. Hall Force 1 is going to be driving around, storm chasing all weekend. Caleb Beecham is piloting. And let's actually, I want to show you if we can. Caleb, I'm showing off the PTZ camera capabilities here. If you want to just spin it around for us, just so I can show them what it looks like. The Hall Force 1, we've obviously got a camera in the dash, but we've also got a camera on the roof that we can look anywhere. So for a long time, we were limited by where we could look because, windows and only having one camera and stuff like that. But now we can go anywhere. And guess what? You might think to yourself, well, what if it rains, right? Then we'll just see a bunch of water droplets. Well, no, because this camera has a daggone windshield wiper on it. Literally. Okay, go ahead, Riley. What do you got?
Hey, Ryan, we are getting Jaden put in the 3 slot. Also, if you look in stream text, there is a tweet in there, and that is a tornado from 6:20 p.m. local time in Colorado.
Okay, yeah, that looks like that's the storm that we were looking at there, I think, on our radar. Yeah, it's got a daggone windshield wiper, y'all.
Hey Ryan, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you can see this big dust cloud kind of thing that I got going on to the right here on the PTZ right now, but it is definitely circulating on the ground on the left side of it. On the right side, it's definitely just like an updraft, but the right side, there definitely is circulation on the ground.
Okay, so we've got a lot of dust blowing around out here. Definitely an interesting sight to see. It'd be interesting to know if that's going into the storm or maybe it's part of an outflow boundary going away from the storm. But regardless, these storms are strong. Jessica says, can you give me a short layman explanation of how hailstones get so big in some storms, please? Yeah, in storms like these, some of the hailstones are getting up to the size of baseballs mostly because of two things. It's cold really high up in the atmosphere. Actually, three things. It's cold really high up in the atmosphere, and the storms are tall. So the storms are reaching high up into the atmosphere. And on top of that, you've got ice way up in the top of the clouds, right? But, ice falls. All right, gravity starts to bring it down towards the ground. And in almost every thunderstorm, whether it hails at the surface or not, that happens. But that ice melts on its way down, because a lot of times if it's thunderstorming outside, it's 70, 80 degrees, something like that. So the ice isn't going to, make it to the ground. So that ice starts falling. And in a situation like this, these storms are so strong, they've got 50, 60, in some cases 70 to 80 mile per hour winds blowing straight up into them. Very strong winds blowing from the ground up, of the updraft blowing up into the storm. So when the ice starts to fall, it gets blown back up into the cloud, and it collects water droplets on it, okay? Sometimes super cooled water droplets that maybe they just needed a little bit of an extra push to do the act of actually freezing. And sometimes it's, it just picks up water droplets from further down in the cloud, brings those back up with it, freezes, and then that cycle will continue to happen until the hailstone is heavy enough to not be, held in the air by the updraft. So the stronger that updraft is, the larger the hail is allowed to become. Okay? So we've got really strong updrafts today. Big hailstones are trying to fall to the ground thanks to gravity. Wind's not letting it happen until they become the size of baseballs. And, it's hard to, go outside with a leaf blower.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris.
And try to keep a baseball up in the air. It's not easy.
We're actually watching the storm that just popped off to our north there, but then also there's a blip just to the west of Lakin. That if that does develop anything there, that one will be out in front of everything else that's untouched there, going up towards Scott City. But I don't have too much of high hopes in it. But like I said, we're watching the one that's coming up into Leote now, and then the one down near Syracuse. Those are about the only ones that that, in my opinion, have a chance for the next little bit. So
that was an update from Storm Chaser Chris Hall there. Challenge accepted. Yes, somebody go keep a baseball in the air with a leaf blower for a significant period of time. Handheld. And I'll send you a pizza. You got to send video evidence. Freddie McKinney is still on that storm down to the south. It still doesn't look as healthy as it did earlier, but it's certainly still there. It's still rotating, and it's still beautiful. It's just not as threatening as it looked maybe a little bit earlier. The audio is peaking now, isn't it? Look, I changed nothing. Audio test. Test 1 2 3. I'm starting to think it might be my mixer. I'm really starting to think it's probably my mixer. My audio interface. Because that is definitely a software issue, I think. I wonder how many people are outside trying to. I wonder how many people are watching their neighbors try to keep a baseball in the air with a leaf blower right now. And I wonder what those people are thinking. If you're just now tuning in, we're talking about hail because we are tracking severe thunderstorms all up and down northwest Kansas, into southwestern portions of Nebraska, northeastern Colorado. We've got all of the ingredients in place to also be potentially tracking some tornadoes here soon. Thankfully, we haven't seen a lot of them. We have seen tornadoes today. But the main thing so far has been the hail. Okay, we've had huge hail, damaging winds. That's going to continue to be a problem. McCook, right now in Nebraska, you guys are dealing with that. It's going to be a while before that storm's over. Next in line, we could have Holyoke here in Colorado experiencing some problems. Colby, Kansas, the whole town, last we heard, is without power. And we've got more storms on the way. And we're just kind of watching and waiting to see what the next thing that we need to cover is here. Is it going to be more hail? Is it going to be a potential new storm that has a circulation that tries to produce a tornado? That's what we're now casting, right? We're not forecasting at this point in time. This is a live look from Caleb at the storm that is approaching Winona, and it's leaving Russell Springs right now. Paul, thank you for that. Mike, thanks for becoming a member. Master Eden, thanks for becoming a member. Yes, I am a licensed ham radio operator. I have been since I was real young. I don't remember what age exactly, but I was real young. How big is the risk tonight? Let me show you. This is, oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. One moment. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got 2 enhanced risks of severe weather. One is the one we're looking at right now is the one up there in northwest Kansas. The one that should start later tonight is going to be down there in the Wichita Falls area. Everybody in between in the yellow there is under a slight risk of severe weather. That's not all, folks. We've got more tomorrow. Enhanced risk up there in Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, northeast Kansas. 10% hatched risk of tornadoes with that one, too. And I would just about bet my bottom dollar that tomorrow, if the models continue to show the same things that they're showing right now, Saturday, April 27th, will also feature a tornado risk that will be substantial enough for us to go live. And it covers a larger area. So that's 3 days in a row. You're going to be seeing us as we track severe weather. And even as far out as Sunday, we already have a day 4 risk of severe weather here on Sunday. So could be 4 days in a row. What's the highest hatch risk on record? 60. %. I think we talked about it in a stream not too long ago. I think it's happened twice. No, that wasn't for 2011. I think that was. Oh man, I had the dates. I think that was in one of them was in 2012 or 2014, and one of them was in 2006 or 2007. April 7th, 2006, and April 14th, 2012. So I was on the right track there. Looks like we've got Lincoln tuned in. Thank you, Lincoln. Andy's here. He's chimed in a couple times already. We've got Andy here, Elijah, Riley, Caleb. Everybody. We got the whole gang. Oh, look at this. This is the one from 2007. I'm sorry, 2006. April 7th, 2006. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 is in Logan County, Kansas, continuing to give us a wonderful view of our storm here. The one that's basically approaching Monument and Oakley in Kansas. It's not showing much signs of rotation, but it's dropping some big hail. It's a big storm. Oh, and here is the 2012 one.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're in the middle of nowhere, Kansas, on a county back road, looking at our still severe warned cell north of Syracuse. We're going to see how that little shower works with that storm and see how it goes. And if it doesn't do anything, I'm more than likely going to head back north and head up towards Omaha for tomorrow's risk.
That was an update from Chris Hall. And yeah, this is the other 60% hatched. This is a day 2, 60% hatched. That's crazy. That's nuts. But this turned out to be a huge day. There were a lot of tornadoes. Looks like forecaster Broyles issued the only 2 ever 60% hatch risks there. I'm retweeting a really good video of a land spout. You guys want to check that out? It's over on Twitter. I want to make sure we protect the copyright of the storm chasers who haven't explicitly given us the right to share their stuff. So I just share it on Twitter. If you guys want to see it, go follow them over there. This is a great capture. This is a great capture of what today's stream has been like. We got the big hail that looks like he's holding eggs. If you just tuned in at this point, you would be like, why is this guy out in a lightning storm showing us eggs? If you are just now tuning in, we are tracking severe weather. We've got 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? We're waiting to see if these severe thunderstorms go a little bit more spinny as the atmosphere starts spinning a little bit more, as the sun starts to go down, okay? If not, we're just going to continue to track this major wind and hail threat as it goes up into southwestern Nebraska. We're also going to continue to look at the forecast for tomorrow and get prepared for that because we will be here again tomorrow. And I'm also just reading your all's questions and looking at Twitter. Having a good old time, you know. Oh, by the way, did you guys see my clock? Brand new clock. Best clock I've ever had. It's about 5 feet long. I never don't know what time it is. Right now it's up there on the wall. Really proud of the clock. I've been showing everybody. I called my mom earlier. Showed her the clock. I just think it's a really cool clock, guys. I don't know. Lacey says, usually the tortoises tune in, but today my rat snake is checking out the live stream. Very cool. Thank you, Lacey, for sending that in. Ryan Hall doesn't cover Ohio? Yes, I do. We were here for the last big Ohio event, and we'll be there for the next one. There's just nothing going on in Ohio right now. All of the action is in honestly, a pretty small area in Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas. And said action is pretty tame right now. We had a moment earlier where things were, we were having some very large hail. We're still having some very large hail, some winds and stuff, but we're in a little bit of a lull, I think. So we'll see if things start to pick up here. This is what I was talking about earlier about a big multicellular mess. Like this big blob here is not usually what you look for if you're looking for tornadoes. Okay? Now there's little areas in here, like there's an embedded supercell right here. Like that could try to produce a tornado. These little things could as well. But there's just so many ways that those could get interrupted while trying to perform that action because all of these other storms are in the way. So hopefully that continues to lower the tornado threat in the near term. In the more medium term, we still don't know exactly how these storms are going to react to the increase of the lower level jet that comes along with sunset. So we'll see. Now, it is true I don't often cover Hawaii or Alaska. But I think it was last year or the year before that, Hawaii had some crazy weather. We definitely covered it. I don't think we've talked about Alaska much. I'm sorry. Definitely do focus on the lower 48 here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, since you just mentioned Alaska, this was probably a good time to go ahead and mention it. The National Weather Service of Anchorage, Alaska, has confirmed that a tornado actually did occur in Alaska, the first one since 2005. This is again back on April 19th. I just posted a photo of that. You can show that. The National Weather Service posted that photo of it even. But
Wow.
yes, that is the first tornado since 2005 in Alaska.
Okay, look at this, guys. Incredible stuff from Elijah there. Speaking of Alaska, you guys say we don't cover Alaska. Here we go. We've got a photo right here of the first tornado since 2005 in Alaska. Come on now. That's awesome. And we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning. You saw the lights flash. That got my attention back over here to that storm that the most south and western storm that we really have right now near Leota or south and east of Tribune. It's still producing up to 2-inch in diameter hail and some gusty winds. So that's what that newest warning was for. Just looking through Twitter.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Our storm that is in the middle of pretty much nowhere right now, open field. That was just in Syracuse. It's the little storm that could. It's trying its best to ramp right back up again. So we're going to watch it. We're going back north parallel.
Yeah, so Chris is talking about this storm here once again. And he's right. That storm has been trying for a while, and it's had its moments of being really intense, and it's had its moments of not, really doing much of anything at all. So it's slowly but surely it'll enter a more sheared environment, and we'll see how that helps it or hurts it. But right now it's not. There's not a lot going on there. I do want to make sure that we show it though. Chandra, let's get Brad up there in the top 3 because he's on that storm right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, I have my eye on the Colby, Kansas supercell. It's a bit of funky dynamics going on just north of town now, with maybe some forward flank precip from whatever supercell or mess of a storm is to the south of it, and sort of a disconnected, discombobulated hook that's going on there. So definitely a look on the radar right now. That's what I've had my eye on for a couple minutes now, and I think that'll be one of the most pertinent things to watch.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention up here to this supercell that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the big mess here and how there were little things inside of that mess that could still cause problems. This is one of them, and according to Velocity, we could have something to watch here just to the north of town, as it does look like some rotation is trying to happen there. So y'all watch out in Colby and areas just to the north. We're going to continue to watch that storm, and we'll see if they issue some sort of warning, or maybe they issue a severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag. We're watching it, and you should be too. If you're watching this right now, your goal is to be extra prepared. You want to have a little bit more information than you would watching a traditional weather coverage kind of broadcast. And that's exactly it. Like that's the same kind of stuff that the people at the National Weather Service are looking at and debating and, trying to decide whether or not they're going to issue some sort of warning for it. So you get a little bit of inside baseball here. Back to that storm that we were just talking about from Brad. Chandra, is Brad up there yet? Are we just waiting on a name change? Okay.
Yeah, he's up there, Ryan. We're just having a little bit of computer issues, so we're working on sorting those out right now.
Okay, so this is a live view from Brad Arnold. And so this is the same storm that we were looking at earlier from Freddie that had the really big, base to it. This thing still has a base. Okay, this thing still has, it's still a rotating, cell. It's not quite as super as it was. But here we go. It's trying its best to continue to produce enough rotation and lift to maintain itself, as once again it's moving slowly into a more sheared environment. And if it can make it a little while longer, it might have an opportunity to produce a tornado. There's still no power in some parts of Colby, Heidi says. I think, hold on, yeah, I think Oakley. Okay, so Brett Adair has a really good view of a storm here that looks probably more healthy and a little bit more impressive than some of the other storms, and Caleb is on the same storm. But what we're looking at here is a little storm that has popped up just to the south of Oakley now. So this is newer convection. We've got quite a bit of storm energy that has kind of faded out here to the north. All that stuff around Colby is it's still intense and it's still producing big hail, and like we could have a couple more tornadoes with that cluster of storms, but it's not really in the prime area to try to produce tornadoes. This new big flare up of convection right here, south and east of Russell Springs, as you can see on radar right here. This is an area that we have to watch very closely because it could very quickly become something that tries to produce a tornado. And that's Caleb and Brett Adair are right here. We can see their markers, and that's what we're seeing through their live streams. And it's a really, really impressive view from Brett's point of view there. So let's get, we got to get those in 1 and 2 if the computer's working again. Brett and Caleb, 1 and 2. Caleb 1, Brett 2.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
Go ahead, Caleb.
Just want to give you a quick update. I'm just dropping south off of kind of those northern storms. They've all kind of become very congested in each other and just a big rainy mess with a little bit of hail. But just as you said on stream a little bit ago, there's just a lot of new convection that's happening down south. So I'm dropping south to some of these cells that are forming up around the Scott City area. One thing to note, just kind of from a storm chaser perspective that I've noticed, this is kind of like the most ideal situation we could ever have as a chaser. Super slow moving storms. Literally, we've been on the same road almost the entire chase, and it's in the middle of nowhere. So if there was going to be a tornado, this would be a great spot.
Yeah, and that's when we started the stream, I mentioned it quite a few times, like this is the cream of the crop kind of setup for a storm chaser. A lot of times we do these live streams and we're in Missouri or we're in Mississippi or we're in Kentucky. And like, you know, obviously there's big tornadoes that happen there, sometimes a lot more frequently than what we see out here in the plains. But that's not a good situation to be in as a storm chaser, because like you've got winding roads, you've got mountains, you've got hills, you've got trees, you've got all this stuff in the way. And also it's a lot more populated out there. So a lot of those tornadoes that happen end up hurting a bunch of people. You can have a tornado, a strong tornado out
Ryan,
here.
we were right underneath the updrafts on this storm in the middle of absolute nowhere on the dirt road. So hopefully we don't get stuck, but at least you can kind of see it. It's trying to get its act together. It's just not quite there yet. It's definitely an LP supercell, though.
That's Brad Arnold. We need to get him in 3. He's got a great shot. But yeah, so there can be a huge tornado in a situation like this, and nobody is really affected. So that today's whole storm system was about the chase, and I don't think that we're quite done yet. However, you know, it looks like at least for that first leg of the stream here, we didn't have any tornadoes. But we did have some huge hail and some really, really interesting looking supercells. Tomorrow, whenever we go live tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. The tornado likelihood, I guess, is actually a little bit higher than what it was today. We're more certain that there will be discrete cells that form. And also the wind shear and all that stuff's going to be there a little bit earlier. So unfortunately, it looks like there's probably a better chance of seeing tornadoes tomorrow, but also it's going to be happening, you know, it's not like Mississippi, but it's going to be in a less desirable area to chase, up there closer to some towns around Kansas City, up into southwestern Iowa. But we will be here. We'll have our storm chasers on the ground. We'll be doing all that stuff. This is wow, okay, so this is really interesting. So this is from directly underneath the southern storm there, down there near Selkirk. Wow. It's definitely struggling. It is definitely struggling. But that right there, what you're looking at is the part of the storm that would try to produce a tornado. It's not going to anytime soon from the way that it looks, though. He is in the suck zone, literally. So here's a view of that storm from directly underneath, and here it is from just a little bit farther out. And here it is from just a little bit farther out. Oh my gosh. Directly underneath. We have a lot of angles of this one. Do you think there's going to be any tornadoes tomorrow in south central Missouri? I don't think there are, but there is a possibility of that happening. So you've got to, you've got to just pay attention. If you're under any of the risk zones tomorrow, whether it's enhanced or slight, you should really pay attention. Tomorrow's one of those days that could be a big day. We've had a lot of those days recently, that could be big days, and some of them have turned out not to be big days. That is not going to keep happening. Okay, so I don't think we should be getting too comfortable here. If you're a regular viewer, one of these 10% hatched risks is going to do what we know that they can, and hopefully it's not the one that you're involved in, but just keep that in mind. King, thank you so much for that. It says no super chat for me last month. So this is to make up for it this month. Thanks for the great work. Well, you didn't have to do that. You don't owe a super chat monthly, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you, King. Chris from Fort Worth says thoughts on the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Some storms much later tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. Nothing crazy. The biggest threat for you, in my opinion, might be Saturday and Sunday. Somebody said that we should check on Caleb, but he's doing fine. He's driving down the road right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I've seen several questions in chat about kind of like what's already happened today and stuff. So I'll do a quick rundown real quick. We have 45 hail reports, 5 of those being 2 inches or greater, and those are classified significant hail reports. We currently have 12 wind reports, but one of those wind reports is not really anything, just kind of a wind gust, and the others are a little bit of damage here and there, but not too much damage at all. And the Storm Prediction Center is behind on tornado reports so far. They document 3 reported tornadoes, one in Utah from earlier, one in Wyoming, and then one in Kansas. However, the Colorado storm, that actually produced 3 separate tornadoes, according to storm chasers. But based on how the National Weather Service actually documents tornadoes, that will probably end up becoming documented as a single tornado. And some of that is the National Weather Service policy of only including like separate tornado reports if they've been or if they're 2 miles apart or greater. So from what this storm chaser said, the tornado touched down, lifted, touchdown, lifted, touchdown, and lifted, all within a very short time frame of 3 minutes. So that would not have traveled 2 miles in 3 minutes for either of those times of touchdown. So that'll actually be documented as a single tornado.
All right. Very interesting stuff. Thank you very much, Elijah. We're going to hear from him probably some more before we, go through the rest of these storms here, because we're continuing to get even more hail reports even right now, as it seems like things are starting to calm down. We still have a lot of storms out there that are producing hail and wind and all that stuff, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. I do want to say real quick, shout out to the Amber and Co. here, the family up there in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for spending your afternoon and evening with us, y'all. I really do appreciate it. If you know anybody in the threat areas tomorrow, okay, let me show you that again. Make sure you're here whenever we go live tomorrow, which probably will be about 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern. And make sure you're here and help us share the stream and everything to get the word out to people, because I think there's going to be some bigger storms in some more populated areas tomorrow. So hopefully we can all come together again tomorrow and make that happen. We are not done tonight, though. We're going to be here for a little while longer, and I'm pretty fascinated by Brandon Clement's view of this storm. He's now under it. Wow. The little storm that could. That is a good nickname for it. It's definitely looked a lot more intense than this earlier in its life, but it is still trying hard to be a storm. It's getting close to Goodland. This storm right here is eventually going to go through Goodland, and it's currently prompting a severe thunderstorm warning for Goodland. Inch in diameter hail and maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible. Yeah, tomorrow includes Omaha. Tomorrow, the biggest risk areas include Kansas City, Topeka, Omaha, and Des Moines. So, unfortunately, obviously there's a lot of towns out here in Kansas. We've talked about those today, but the risk of the loss of property and stuff with tomorrow's system is a lot higher than today, just because of concentration of population. William says, Ryan, can you fix your mic? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to. I can't do it right now. We've been working on a lot of stuff here. I thought the mic was fixed before we started the stream, but apparently it's not. But we'll have that fixed tomorrow for sure. I love how every time I mention the mic thing, the comments the chat is just completely like, what are you talking about? The mic is fine. But whenever I don't mention it, the chat is nothing but, hey, like, this mic sucks. My ears are bleeding. Can we talk about Saturday? We can talk about Saturday generally. I don't want to talk too much about Saturday, man. With the way that the past couple of severe weather events have gone, talking about Saturday right now seems like the most pointless thing that you could do. I mean, there's a risk of severe weather right now. It looks crazy. It looks nuts. What's it going to look like on Saturday? Tune in, find out. Because I really couldn't tell you. I do know that synoptically we are going to have everything in place for a big severe weather outbreak, but there's all these little mesoscale things that can happen that can, change that, alter that. So we're going to wait to really dive into this one. But yeah, there's the risk for Saturday. We'll be here. We'll be live for this. Kansas City is also included in this. Topeka, Wichita, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, down towards the Red River Valley, a little bit of Texas there. So, there could be some big storms all the way up into Michigan and Wisconsin as well. So it's a big day potentially, but there's absolutely no point in overanalyzing it at this moment, y'all. Mundane Physics says, I'm rooting for more duds. Me too. What I'm not rooting for and what I want to make sure that we avoid is the over I don't know how to explain it, but like focusing too much on Saturday and then, stuff like today happening could maybe desensitize some people and stuff like that. So like I just really want to take it one day at a time during a severe weather outbreak like this. The whole chat is nothing but tech support now. I really do appreciate it. I promise I'm going to figure it out. Nicholas says on my TV, I don't hear static, but on my phone, I hear a lot of static. I'm starting to think that this is just you guys. This is your problem. You guys just have staticky headphones, and some of you do, some of you don't. So. Caleb, where's the storm at?
Well, you see, Ryan, that's actually what we're looking at right now is the base of the storm. It's off in the distance there. It is pretty far north of me, but I had to stay on this eastward road because I do need gas, and then I'm going to shoot north, so I'm actually in front of the storm right now. So basically, once I get gas, I'll start heading north and be basically right underneath it.
Hey, when you stop and get gas, what do you think about doing maybe a little Hall Force 1 tour through Zoom? Are you set up for that?
Possibly. I'll have to double check. We're working with ISP Tech to get our internet in the truck top notch. So obviously with that, there's a few connection issues tonight because they're working on the back end. So I'm not 100% sure if Zoom is fully connected right now. But if it is, we will 100% do a tour of Hall Force 1.
Okay, sounds good. So something really cool, guys. Caleb now, he works for us full time. Okay, so his job is just to go to where the storms are. So like obviously we've got a bunch of storm chasers that work for us that do that anyways. But Caleb is using our equipment, and we're able to send him, all over the place to these storms and stuff. And he's also a member of our nonprofit organization, the Y'all Squad, so he's going to be there in the event of an emergency. So the Hall Force 1, which in my opinion, once we get the everything worked out, is going to be one of the most capable storm chasing vehicles, just in the sheer terms of being able to capture, video and live stream and stuff. One of the most capable vehicles out there. We've been working really hard on it. Got the daggone windshield wiper on the PTZ camera. 2 Starlinks, AT&T, Verizon. Probes. What else? A bunch of other stuff. It's really cool. What happened to your old storm chasing truck? I got rid of that thing. My old storm chasing truck, if any of you guys remember that, it was the most painful thing in the world to be inside of. I'll try to find a picture of it for those of you who didn't see it, or who may not remember it. Yeah, I don't even think I have a picture of it anywhere. But you guys remember the big rainbow colored lifted monster truck that we tried to make a storm chasing vehicle? It wasn't a great idea. We got rid of that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so about 15 minutes ago, there was actually a funnel cloud that occurred near Colby, Kansas. And I went back on radar to verify it, and there's actually 2 areas of rotation that occurred north of Colby about 15 minutes ago. Nothing touched down from what the chasers said because the National Weather Service asked them, but it got rain wrapped very quickly. And if you look back on radar, you can actually see that it is rain wrapped rotations. So it was still trying a few minutes ago, but the rotations have now ceased.
Awesome. Thank you, Elijah. This is the area of interest that Andy brought our attention to a while back. And, this still, it looks like probably just a couple minutes after he was talking about that, we had enough rotation here to try to produce, once again, a funnel cloud to the north of Colby. You can see that rotation there slowly fading away. 2 areas of rotation right here. And then as of right now, that is pretty much gone. So really interesting stuff there as these storms kind of going to propagate to the north and west a little bit. Oh yeah. Very interesting stuff. It looks like there's some more stable air that's kind of working its way into this area. So all of the storms back and through here are having a hard time surviving. This one, the one that everybody's on pretty much is the only one left right now that I think has a really good chance of maybe trying to do something here as the lower level jet increases. We'll have to watch and see if we get any new convection, or if we, for whatever reason, we see any sort of destabilization of the atmosphere back here. However, I don't think that's going to happen. We also have to start watching the Lubbock radar, because at some point we're going to see a storm form down here. It's probably going to be much later tonight before that happens, but you know, there's going to be a big storm that forms down there. Aha, I found it. I found a picture of the truck. So for those of you who don't remember it, that's what it looked like.
Hey, Ryan, you got that?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
Just for the sole chance that this is kind of our last ditch effort today to maybe see a tornado out here, I think our best option for a tour of the truck might be tomorrow, either at the beginning of the live stream, during the pre-live stream, sometime along there.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll do a tour of the truck tomorrow. This is actually the truck that we used to have. An obnoxious monstrosity. It was fun to build and make and all of that, but that was it. It was not fun to drive or be in. And remember, we drove this thing multiple times from eastern Kentucky to western Oklahoma. That's a 16, 17-hour drive, something like that. And the whole time, of course, it has the giant tires. These are like the biggest tires you could possibly get. It had like a 7-inch lift on it. And like all this other stuff that made it really loud, right? And the whole time, in order just to talk to somebody in the passenger seat, you had to literally scream. It was just it was something else, but it was all right. It's a learning experience. Everything about this. I've been doing this now for over 3 years. Every day I learn something new, and it's it's trial and error. Okay, lots of errors. Okay, but we've found some good things too. We have definitely found some good things too. You don't know until you know. Exactly. Like, how was we supposed to know that taking a monster truck 17 hours and trying to storm chase in it was a bad idea? Like, it sounds good, right? And yeah, I there's a picture of me standing next to it somewhere. I'm 6'3" in that area, 6'3", 6'4", and my head comes up to about like right here. It's a big truck. Yeah, it would have been a good support and rescue rig. The problem is we were always the ones that needed rescued. Every time this truck ever left the state of Kentucky, it was brought back to Kentucky on the back of a flatbed and a tow truck, because it broke down, or we got in an accident one time. It was it was cursed. The truck was cursed, is what I'm trying to say. Angela says, thanks for all you do. I have bad storm anxiety, and watching your streams helps. On days like today, when I'm not in the risk area, I watch and learn so I can be more prepared and less scared the next time we have them. That's a good idea. I think that we've mentioned that before. Like, we've told people that, you know, if you're somebody who is maybe you got a little bit of storm anxiety, maybe you want to be extra prepared, not scared, that kind of thing. And like we know, like, I see the pictures that you guys send in and everything. Even like people in there's no storms going on in New Jersey right now, right? But there's a family of 4 sitting in the living room watching this stream right now together, like it's a movie in New Jersey. I think that like all of you guys, you should pick a hypothetical city or something in the target area and say that, like, if this town gets under a tornado warning today, we're going to act like that's us, and we're going to go through the motions of doing our tornado action plan and using this as a drill. You know what I mean? And that is that would be a great way to practice, you know, how you're going to take shelter, and helping you not be scared, rather prepared whenever there is something that happens in New Jersey or wherever it is that you live. And you've got to do that stuff. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, the storms that are actually on the east side of Kansas, over near Topeka, we now have a 3.4-inch hail report from those that came in near Bushong, Kansas.
Wow. Okay, so we've got some big time storms over here near Topeka and south and west of Kansas City, and all the way back up towards Clay Center. And these are also causing some problems out there in terms of hail. And also, we've got a ton of flash flood warnings down here in Missouri, back up towards Blue Mound and Fort Scott. So this is all going to continue to be a problem as these storms are moving this way, dropping a lot of precipitation over the same areas over and over again. So watch out for the hail and the heavy rain over the next little bit from Topeka, Manhattan, Kansas, all the way down through towards Springfield, Missouri. That's going to continue to be a problem for a little while. Josh says, what should you do if you don't have a tornado cellar? You should definitely take that. You should, obviously, the best thing that you can do in a tornado is take shelter underground. If you got a basement, you know, that's great. If you don't, then the next best thing is to find a sturdy building with 4 inside walls. You want to get into an interior room on the lowest floor of that sturdy building and take shelter in there, preferably without glass. A lot of times those interior rooms are going to be bathrooms, but sometimes you got a pantry or a closet or something like that. Whichever one has the least amount of glass, that's where you want to go, and you want to take shelter there. The way that we do it here at the Weather House, now I live in a part of the world that doesn't get a lot of tornadoes. In fact, it's very unlikely that we will see one here in my neck of the woods. However, we obviously at the Weather House we have to have a tornado shelter, and the one that we have is the Survive a Storm storm shelter, because we don't have a basement, we don't have a really good interior room here. So we got a daggone twister pod out there on the back porch, son. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So sorry about that. That's actually 3.4 inches of rain.
Oh, okay.
Hail. Rain. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, that's fine, because you made me mention the flooding and the rain anyways, because it brought it to my attention. Yeah, so we've got a lot of rain over here. Once again, I think that these flash flood warnings are going to continue to kind of compile and expand a little bit as we go through the rest of the evening. These bands of showers here are going to likely go right down into some areas that have already picked up 1, 2, maybe 3 inches of rain and just add on top of that. So flash flooding is going to become a big problem. Do we have a picture or a video of the twister pod? I would like to show that. Because I forgot. It's bedtime over at the Hall House. Which one looks more like me? Otto, number 1, or number 1A? Which one looks more like me? You guys decide. David says, Ryan, using New Jersey as an example was just adding insult to injury that we never have anything here. At least at least since he started the channel anyway. Yeah, David G has been here, has been a faithful member and avid stream enjoyer for years now. Because I remember, David, when we first started, we had a bunch of snowstorms and we was talking about New Jersey a bunch. And ever since, David G's in every stream. He's like, "Hey Ryan, when you gonna be back over here in New Jersey?" And thankfully, it's not been very often. I don't think it's a good thing. Like, you don't really want me to be hyper focused on your area too much. That's not necessarily good. But I get where you're coming from, David. I'm glad you're still here. We'll be here for you next time. Okay, everybody thinks 1. Otto. I agree. Otto looks just like me. Echo looks more like his mom, for sure. For sure. If you're just now tuning in, we're continuing to watch some severe weather out here in Kansas and Colorado and Nebraska. It's quickly fading away. We had 17 severe thunderstorm warnings not too long ago. Now we have 2. So we're going to spend some time here going over the forecast for tomorrow and coming up with a plan for what we're going to do tomorrow. And we're going to, honestly, we're going to keep streaming for a little bit. As long as you guys want to watch and you have questions and stuff, we'll stick around for a little while longer. But yeah, we're going to go over the forecast right here in a minute. Coffee Thank you so much for that. Ryan, thanks for all you do and for the updates on the weather, and your kids are adorable. Thank you so much, Coffee. That's super nice. They're both growing like weeds. You're giving them nader juice. Yep. Shuffle says, hey, Ryan, I just want to say thanks for all you do, and you've inspired me to take up meteorology. ISP Tech gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Huge shout out to ISP Tech. They are, honestly, they're saints. They're miracle workers. They've descended from the heavens and gifted us with amazing internet connectivity. Myself, Brad Arnold, and Caleb Beecham are rocking some ISP Tech hardware and like the services that they provide. Once again, bonded internet connection. We've got Starlink, we've got AT&T, Verizon, fiber, all in one. If one goes down, we still got the other. We're ready. And that's super useful for the chasers, obviously. ISP Tech, super huge shout out to them. In fact, right before Caleb left just the other day, I don't even remember. I feel like it was yesterday. Caleb left from Kentucky to make the drive to Kansas for this. And he didn't have the right router in the truck. And the daggone guy from ISP Tech flew here just immediately to hand deliver it to us. Because he couldn't get it overnighted or whatever. So just, I mean, the biggest shout out to those guys. That's awesome. And you guys know, if you've watched this stream for a while, we've definitely had problems with the internet going out and then us losing the stream. So like we definitely needed the help in that department. The volume has fluctuated higher. Yeah. I think I'm fixing the mic tonight or tomorrow. Linda, thanks for that. Oh, here's a picture of this is the Twister Pod. This is our tornado shelter. It's a big metal can. All right. It's a Faraday cage. So don't worry about lightning. I know you're thinking about lightning. Don't worry about it. Okay. It's a Faraday cage. It's bolted to the ground. All right. It's bolted to the ground with 12 anchor bolts with 4,600 pounds of torque or something. You know, it's bolted into like several inches of concrete. It's aerodynamic. It's been tested. Okay, it can handle a stronger tornado than has ever happened in this part of the world. So we love it. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just more on that storm shelter. I can confirm that I wailed on that thing with the sledgehammer and it did not scratch, it did not dent, the paint did not chip. I was like legitimately surprised in how dang strong that thing is.
Yeah. He did all of that. And I mean, I get like whenever you first see it, it's not what you think of. It's not the first thing that comes to mind whenever you think of like a tornado shelter. But hey, like we need all the options we can get, right? It's a little bit less expensive than the more traditional digging out a big hole and getting a nice, underground thing set up. So need as many affordable and accessible options as you can possibly get. You can get them in different sizes. There's like six people can fit in that one. And there's usually at most 5 people here at the Weather House. A lot of times it's just 2 or 3, so. We got a new mesoscale discussion. Basically, they're just saying that they're continuing to watch this area, even though storm progression has been mostly unsuccessful. The environment is very favorable for tornadoes there, so if a storm does get going, then it could be a problem. Here's the graphic for that. Severe threat continues down here, and additional development is possible over the next couple of hours. Remember, this is where we've got that tornado watch that had the parameters on there for a few strong tornadoes possible. So this is where we've got a lot of nadir juice right now. A lot of it. Helen says, question, do you have a storm shelter there, but do you have one at home? Good question. We don't have one like that at home. We probably should get one just to have it because I like them. But at my actual home where I live, we have a lot more better options for like an interior room to take shelter in. Here at the Weather House, there's not a great option. At the other house, there is. Here's an expert analysis or post synopsis of how this event has went so far today from Brad Arnold. Straight trash. Obviously, from Storm Chaser's perspective, you know, they go out there to try to see tornadoes. You know, once again, they drive hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles. A day like today, it was, you know, supposed to have tornadoes and planes and not hurting anybody. And we did have tornadoes. Like I do want to make sure that we say that. Like there were tornadoes today. The forecast was not like you know, the other day when we had the blip, that was a bust. That was a huge, like, that was a major miss, right? This is different. We had a huge severe weather situation here. There just weren't as many tornadoes, maybe, I guess, is what Brad Arnold and some of the other storm chasers would have liked to see. Because it's not very often that you get the opportunity to see them in such an area that is so sparsely populated. Another thing.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
I'm gonna get back to Brad here in just a second. Another thing that we have to watch for on Saturday is flooding. So already got a day 3 moderate excessive rainfall outlook. That's pretty rare there in Oklahoma. So we'll have to be watching out for some potentially big time flash flooding on Saturday, along with the big time severe weather risk. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, question for you. At what point in the year do we just say that 2024 is a bag of crap for storm chasing? because this is frustrating, man. I don't get why some of these storms or these systems are just falling apart. I know we still got a couple more days, but man, the negativity in the tornado sniffer's car is sky high.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say, man. Like it's been an interesting year so far, to say the least. To say the least. And I do feel for Brad and all those guys who are putting everything on the line to go out there to try to intercept these tornadoes and try to help you understand where they are and all that stuff. And the forecast is just not there. But it's the life they've chosen. Actually, you know what? The tornado sniffer life chooses you. You don't choose that life. No naders is good naders. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That I agree. Me and you are on the same page. It doesn't matter to me, right? Like I'm here just in case. And if things go negatively, and like they have many times in the past, we're here to try to really help as many people as possible get to shelter, understand the risks, understand where the tornadoes are, hopefully before they even form, and just do everything we can to combine the knowledge and expertise of all these people that are involved to distill it down into the most simple and efficient way possible to get weather information out to as many people as possible. And the reason we're doing that is because we're trying to help people. We're trying to, protect life and property. That's the motto of the National Weather Service and like the general weather enterprise here. So, even though we're very well equipped to do all of that, whenever we don't have to, it's a good thing for me. But if you're a storm chaser and like you've left your family and you've spent thousands of dollars, drove a bunch of miles and all this stuff, it can be disappointing to be in the wrong place or to put that much on the line for essentially nothing. So I get the frustration from a storm chaser's perspective for sure.
And don't get me wrong, this is Brandon. Don't get me wrong. I'm not cheering that we have tornadoes and extreme destruction. Obviously, we're in Kansas, where you can go miles without seeing a house. This is where you would want to see tornadoes. You don't want to see tornadoes around population. I wanted to clear that out. I never cheer for destruction. That's I'll be honest, but I wanted to make that clear.
Oh, we know, Brad. The only reason I even spoke about it, the only reason I even had that little speech there is because I just imagine that, even right now, I mean, it's just crazy, guys. Well, thank you for the support. There's literally nothing going on right now at all. And there's 20,000 of you here watching. Like that's nuts. But like I know that at least a percentage of that 20,000 people that are watching are new to this, right? Maybe this is their first ever experience with live coverage in this way, in this world. And the first thing that they hear is somebody saying that, man, I'm disappointed that there weren't tornadoes. Maybe they don't even know that we're in Kansas. Maybe they don't know that it was a storm chaser that said that. You know what I mean? So like, I'm just trying to make sure that I always imagine that there's like at least 10% of the audience has never watched a stream before. Maybe not even the weather before. You know what I mean? So Sometimes I say things that are redundant and that everybody knows, but I feel like it's important. Alan says, what is a weather house? Well, I started doing weather videos and weather live streams in an extra spare bedroom in the first house me and my wife bought together. And it became my full-time job. And I slowly but surely I had to get more computer monitors and more equipment and hire people, and it started to take over the house. We were running out of rooms. So I had to kick my family out and dedicate the house to weather. And now we're in the weather house. So that's how you get a weather house, yeah. But yeah, it's okay. They're in a different house. It's all good. Will we get a cicada live stream? I don't think so. I don't know what we would do. I don't know about that. Maybe. If we can figure out how to cover it, maybe. Yeah, exactly. The tornadoes that may or may not occur in any given storm situation are going to occur regardless of whether or not storm chasers are there, right? But the reason the storm chasers are there are to see the said tornadoes. Yeah, that I probably could have just said that and that would have made enough sense, but of course I'm over here jibber jabbering as always. Okay, tomorrow, the forecast for tomorrow. Let's get into that. Bada bing, bada boom. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather for southeast Nebraska. That includes Omaha, southwest Iowa. That includes Des Moines. And it includes Kansas City and a little bit of Topeka down there in Missouri and Kansas. Slight risk of severe weather goes all the way down past Springfield, Missouri, past Pine Bluff, past Tulsa, down into northeast Texas, pretty much down to the Dallas area. So that's the main thing. If you're in the orange, you're under the highest threat. 3 out of 5. Yellow, 2 out of 5. Green, 1 out of 5. Okay? Okay. Now, tomorrow's threat is mostly driven by the tornado threat, okay? 10% hatch risk of tornadoes tomorrow. 10% probability of there being a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow zone. 5% in the brown, green, 2%. Now, the dotted lines in the yellow indicate a hatched risk, which means that some of those tornadoes could be strong, producing EF2 or greater damage. That's tomorrow's outlook. Friday, April 26th, 2024. Let's take a look at some weather forecast models. All right. Let's look at the Rufus. I haven't looked at the Rufus all day. The Rufus. Okay, whoa. The Rufus might be a little old. Hold on. Yeah, I think that since the 18Z initiated before today's storms even popped up, this is not worth looking at too much. Okay, so let's look at the HRRR. And of course, the one that we should technically look at is just now running. Z also initiated before those initial storms. But you can see the problem areas that we're going to have tomorrow. This big spinning area of low pressure is going to try its best to produce an area of supercells and potentially tornadic storms right there in the enhanced risk area. It's possible that convection happens even farther south into Oklahoma as well. And these are going to be in a pretty favorable environment for tornadoes. My goodness, that was just a random click. It's a little contaminated. But lower level cloud bases going to be pretty low, much lower than today where the storms were forming. You're going to have much more supportive temperature dew point spreads. Lapse rates are right there. The amount of cooling that happens the higher you go up in the atmosphere are adequate for storm formation. We're going to have the space between this white line here, the parcel, and the environmental temperature. The area there is how we calculate our CAPE, or our convective available potential energy, and that is a moderate CAPE signature. Okay, we've got about 2,000 joules per kilogram there. Wind vectors, veering. Okay, we've got, I mean, there's rotation. There's definitely going to be a lot of wind shear here. You can see storm relative helicity values around 328, 368 between the surface and the 3 kilometer level. Sounds like Spanish to some people, but basically it just means stuff's going to be spinning. All right, stuff's going to be spinning. Whenever you see these, this up here is called a hodograph. Whenever you see those noodles curved, all right, that means they're dangerous. All right, and we've got a very curved noodle here. And what else we got? Oh, 3 CAPE. We've got lower level instability, above 60, above 70. That's something to pay attention to.
All right, Ryan, do you copy?
So yeah, tomorrow's parameters are certainly there. Okay, all the ingredients are in place for a big tornado, or 2, or maybe even 3. However, it's all dependent on whether or not these storms form and they behave in the way that the some of the models are predicting that they will. All right, if that doesn't happen, you can have all of the nadir juice in the world in the sky. If there's not a proper storm to take advantage of it, it's not going to do anything. Go ahead, Nick.
So I'm currently headed towards the storm that just went severe warned in Greenfield, Kansas. Looks like it has a pretty good hail core. We're going to go check it out. Hopefully not bust the windshield.
All right, so that's Nick's plan. Somebody asked where I'm from. This is a live look outside of the weather house here in eastern Kentucky. In the mountains of eastern Kentucky. And by the way, we got ourselves a new camera, finally. We haven't installed it yet, but it should do much better at night. And we got us a big 30-foot a tower. You can actually climb it, a 30-foot tower to put on the mountain here. And so the camera's going to be much higher off the ground. It's going to be higher quality. We can see better at night. And we've got some different sensors. We've got like individual sensors for like a hygrometer, a barometer, anemometer, all that stuff. And it's a little bit higher tier. Basically, it's going to be a mesonet site, essentially. Like, that's what it's going to be. And before we wrap up, Elijah, whenever you're ready, just turn those lights orange if you want to do a recap. And there they are. Okay, go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I guess the recap for today is I'll go and list off some of the Storm Prediction Center things. So they currently still have the 4 tornadoes reported, but obviously the Colorado one has not been added in yet. And as I explained earlier, that's actually 3 tornadoes, but chances are that'll get counted as a single tornado. So if we count that as a single tornado, we've had 5 tornadoes today. These will all be surveyed, most of them probably EFU from all the reports I'm reading, which is EF unknown. No damage caused by either of them. We also have 12 wind reports. Some of these are a little bit of damage. Some of these are from mesonet stations that recorded wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And then we also have 58 hail reports, 10 of those being significant. And most of those hail reports come from Kansas. A few of those are in South Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Every single hail report is in Kansas, basically, totaling up to currently 77 storm reports for the entire day so far. We will probably get a few more as the hours go on because it takes them a couple of hours to document all the different reports that came in, but it wasn't that eventful. It was mostly a hail day. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Elijah. So that's what we've got going on there. Definitely mostly a hail day. We did get a warning while Elijah was talking there, a tornado warning for Norcator and Lyle and Lebanon. That's going to be between Kansas and Nebraska there. They warned it for this area of rotation that's popped up just to the south and east of Jennings. However, on the last couple of scans, that has let up a little bit. Not enough to completely write it off, though. We've got enough rotation here to potentially be concerned about in Clayton, Norcator. That's it. I don't know. Norcator, Lyle, and Lebanon. Please take shelter if you live out there. This is potentially a dangerous storm. 1 inch in diameter hail and a tornado is possible in there as it is rotating. Always, of course, as soon as we start wrapping up our coverage, we get a tornado warning. I don't know if you guys expected anything different or what, but that always happens. I was just waiting on it, So we are going to stick around for a little while longer as we, wait and see what happens with this, at least for the next 20 minutes or so. Also, I'm very interested in this storm a little bit farther to the south. It's definitely the biggest storm right now, the one that's going through Grainfield and Park. It's got some 1.75 inch in diameter hailstones in there. That is some pretty impressive stuff. It's golf balls. All right, we could even see some larger hail than that. Caleb, our storm chaser in Hall Force 1, should be in that storm right now. I don't know if he's seeing any hail. Let's ask him. Caleb, are you seeing any hail in that thing? He's literally right in the middle of the storm.
Currently, I'm not seeing anything that's kind of piquing my interest. A lot of rain. I think at this point, just so you guys are kind of aware, my target area for tomorrow is heading where I'm probably going to head up into southern parts of Nebraska. But if anything pops out to me on my trek, I will be sure to let you guys know.
All right. So, yeah, Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham there in Hall Force 1. Just left from Eastern Kentucky not too long ago. Drove all the way to Kansas. Saw some storms. Now he's driving to Nebraska. Then he's going to Iowa. Who knows where he's going on Sunday? A traveling man. Hey, Doug, Justin, Liv, thank you for becoming members. And Linda, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. And congratulations to all the new members. Remember, y'all, tomorrow, all the members, we're finally going to do something together. Tomorrow, we're going to start the stream early for members only. Okay? And we're going to have some, we're going to do some educational stuff. Okay? We're going to have some fun. And we're going to just kind of do a pre-show. Okay? So, and that's going to be for members only. So congratulations to everybody that's got a membership. We're going to do something with that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so there's actually several storm chasers that are
I
around
can confirm there
that
is some
tornado
golf
warning
balls in the
area.
storm. I didn't
They
care.
cannot see anything because there is actually a lot of fog. So in a weird way, it's more like this is fog wrapped. The entire like storm, you can't actually see the clouds. There's just so much fog right around the tornado warning area that they can't see anything.
Wow, that's interesting. Here's a good visual representation of that. That is we can see a lot of fog there. And I think that's even, that's not necessarily even the warned storm. So we've got an even foggier situation up there near Clayton and the tornado warning. So rain wrapped, fog wrapped, it's wrapped. You ain't going to be able to see it, so don't step out on the front porch looking for it. If you are in Lebanon, okay, or Norcator, Rieger, or any of these places over here in Decatur, Norton, or Willow counties, those are in Kansas and Nebraska, you need to be taking shelter. You are under a tornado warning. Education, absolutely. Andy and I are going to learn you a thing or two, and it's going to be a great time. I think Andy's going to be there with us. I'm going to try my best to get him there with us. I think I probably need to tell him first exactly when we're starting because I still haven't even done that. So I think as long as I keep up, as long as I do a good job of, making the plan, we will definitely be doing something tomorrow. Thank you to all the new members. It's going to be awesome, and this is going to be something that we do often. I think we'll try to start the streams a little early because we're always here, like ready to stream a lot of times before anything happens, and it'll be a good way to also work out any of those random bugs that might pop up before the stream before we actually start the big stream. So looking forward to the members only exclusive pre-stream tomorrow. But of course, if you can't become a member, if you're not a member, that's fine. Nobody has to be a member. You will continue to get 100% free, commercial-free live coverage whenever the storms actually start, as always. So. If you're just now tuning in, we do have one tornado warning. We are watching it closely here near Norcator, Lyle, Rieger, and Lebanon. This is right along the border of Kansas and Nebraska. Take shelter if you are in Decatur County, Kansas, Norton County, Kansas, or Willow County, Nebraska. Kathy says, what time? I don't know. That's something that you'll have to just pay attention to on the website, because it really just depends on when we end up going live for the actual stream. So right now, I think we're going to go live around 4 or 5 p.m. So that means that the members only live stream would start around 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. Somewhere between 2 and 4 p.m. Eastern is when that'll start tomorrow. We'll know more tomorrow morning, and I'll try to set an exact time for it. Ocho says, will there be some segments or a video of the educational stuff for the non-members? Probably not, but that's something that we are working on for the future. Probably not for what we do tomorrow, but that is what we're working on for the future. And there Bash is showing up once again. She has gifted 10 memberships. So congratulations to all the people that's got memberships. This storm looks so impressive on radar. The one going through Grainfield here, it does look like it's got a little bit of an uptick here in the past couple of frames. And once again, you can very clearly see the more stable air that's filling in here. All around that, like a horseshoe, we've got storms blowing up. Even more back here to the west.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad again. We are hopping over on this cell that is going up towards Hoxie. We're about to hit the interstate in just a second. It looks like that would probably be your strongest storm, even though there is a tornado warning for some good low rotation. But what I was actually seeing a message for was you're really going to go want to see the OZ her and go 23 hours out. Just show that to your viewers.
All right, we're gonna look at the OZ her. Oh man, I can't even go 23 hours out yet. Yes, I can. Okay, yeah, so Brad, basically this is the HRRR once again that we were just looking at, and this is the newest run, the 0Z run of the HRRR, and it's, you know, it's uptrended a lot. I don't know what that means. I don't know how much stock we should put into this, but it definitely, this is way more intense than what we saw in the 18Z. And it shows quite a bit more activity even farther south as well. Wow. That's not contaminated at all. And then we've got these cells that are going up as far south as into northeast Oklahoma. And in setups like this, the HRRR, this model, this simulated forecast model, is notorious for not showing convection in situations like this. So the fact that we're seeing, you know, a couple of cells here and there is a sign that we likely will see something tomorrow, unfortunately. Yeah, I would say that if the data continues to show this as we go, let's say just the next run, the next update from the Storm Prediction Center will probably extend that 10% hatched risk down a little bit farther to the south. Wow, it doesn't really matter where you click here. Things look absolutely nuts. Wow, that's a box sounding. Wow. So basically, what I'm looking at here is just, I'm trying to see if the ingredients are going to be there tomorrow for tornadoes. And as we've known this for a while, the answer is yes. The latest simulated forecast model runs are showing maybe a little bit of a higher upper echelon event. So hey, that's something that we have to watch out for. That's something that we have to consider, but it's certainly not rooted in reality. And I just don't want to scare anybody or freak anybody out. But what that just showed was a tornado outbreak for sure. So something to watch. We are going to be here. We're going to be here for that tomorrow. We're going to be live. If there are tornadoes, the tornado sniffer Brad Arnold himself will be there, and he will show us where they are, and we will get that information to you promptly. So that tornado warning was allowed to expire. And the northernmost enhanced risk was let go. So now we don't have an enhanced risk in Kansas anymore. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather for later this evening in portions of Texas and Oklahoma. The storm that is responsible for, making that enhanced risk a thing hasn't even formed yet. According to the latest HRRR, that's not going to start forming probably for, hold on. Probably another 3 hours. And it won't be producing the weather that's associated with an enhanced risk for another 6 hours. But yeah, that could be a big storm through Wichita Falls, over into southern portions and southeastern portions of Oklahoma.
South of Hoxie, probably one of the better storms I've seen today.
Brad Arnold is bringing our attention back over to Hoxie. He's there. He's looking at it. Let's make sure we got Brad Arnold. Yeah, let's put Brad Arnold in place of Adam. Actually, I don't know unless that's not actually Brad. One second. Brad. Yeah. Let's put Brad Arnold up there. And we will stick with that storm for a little while. Just for a little while, as we wait to see if anything's going to happen with it, okay? Cameron, thanks for becoming a member. Team says, thanks for all you do, Ryan. I'll be out here this weekend watching your streams. Thank you. I will be here all weekend. David, thank you. And Jacinta, thank you for the 10 gifted. Congrats. So Brad Arnold came through just not very long ago and said that this storm, from his vantage point, is one of the most impressive looking storms that he's seen today. Okay, you can see that the storm is actually trying to push a little bit of air down the backside. It's got plenty of inflow coming into it. It is really trying to rotate here, probably a little bit more than most of the storms that we've seen today. And it is, the sun is setting, right? So we've got that increased lower level jet. This is technically a discrete cell. So we'll see what happens with it here. I don't know if it's going to be able to rotate enough to produce a tornado, but it is rotating, and it is something that we are watching very closely here. Tornado possible tag on that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hoxie and Moreland. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, okay? NS Train Guy says, hey, Ryan, thanks for all these amazing streams. I'm excited to see the pre-stream tomorrow, and I'm hoping for no more tornadoes tonight. Same here, NS. Amanda and Michael, thank you. 2-inch hail, yep. Would not be the largest hail we've seen today. AI Johnson, thank you. I don't know how many members or have joined today, but it feels like a lot. Welcome, welcome. Mark says, do storms get worse because the sun is setting? I thought that made them better. It's complicated. Some aspects of the sun going down can enhance some things that make thunderstorms worse. The sun going down can increase the speed of the winds and the lower level jet stream, right? And just for a brief period of time, if there's storms that are already there and there's instability and the storms are going like that, that can be a bad deal, right? But you're right. When the sun goes down, it also kind of lowers instability in a lot of cases, especially in a situation like this where there's not a cold front, there's not a major source of lift. There's not like something that's going to come through and squeeze all the instability out, right? So, as the sun goes down, technically the storms are less likely to become as powerful. But in a situation like this, where you do have a storm that is finding its way, it's still powerful. It's still getting really tall. It's still basically a mature cell. And it's there, it's doing all of that while the sun is going down. It can sometimes cause a problem with that increasing low-level jet stream. And I think that's what we're seeing here. With this storm is definitely rotating a little bit. So we'll continue to watch it. Doug, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's huge. Thank you, Doug. Don W, thanks for the 5 gifted. 12 Ang, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Jeez, Jason. Chris, Trikes, JS Barto. Thank you. One, is this tornado making its way to Oklahoma City? Well, first of all, there is no tornado right now. Okay, there's no tornadoes on the ground. There's no tornado warnings. Second of all, nothing immediately is coming to Oklahoma City tonight, but the next couple of days we are going to be watching the Oklahoma City area for some strong storms. Early tomorrow morning, you guys could get some strong storms in the Oklahoma City area. The tornado threat's probably not going to be so great there, but strong winds, hail, lightning, thunder, all that good stuff. And then later in the day, the threat might increase again for some more supercellular activity. So, yeah, we'll just stay tuned and we'll keep you updated as that happens. Suzanne says, thanks for all you do. I'm in Oklahoma and Oklahoma. What? I'm in Oklahoma. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're in Oklahoma? Well, stay tuned. We're going to be talking about y'all probably quite a bit. Jason and Richard, thanks for becoming members. How's Dallas looking for tomorrow? Dallas, for tomorrow, you guys are in the risk. Hold on. Let me show you the graphic. Yeah, so Dallas tomorrow, you guys are in a slight risk of severe weather. We could see some strong storms, but the strongest storms, I think, are going to occur to your north. Have there been any spin-ups yet? Yeah, we've had a couple tornadoes today for sure. Don't know the exact number. I think the last we heard, the reports and everything was like 4 or 5. We'll know more concretely, I guess, what's happened today, likely tomorrow. 7 reports. Yep, Omaha is in the risk area for tomorrow. In fact, you're in the greater risk area. If I'm in Omaha, Des Moines, Kansas City, Topeka, if I'm in any of those places tomorrow, I am paying extra close attention to the weather. Tomorrow looks like it could be one of the bigger severe weather days for that area than we've had in a while. Could be. And then that same area again on Saturday, pretty much. What day do you think will affect Missouri the most? I mean, it really just depends on what part of Missouri. If you're literally talking about which day will impact the most of Missouri, probably Saturday. But Friday also looks like there's going to be plenty of storms for everybody in Missouri. Pearl says, is tomorrow's live stream going to be a whole new live stream? Yes, this live stream will end here at some point. We're probably going to give this a couple more minutes here as the storm chasers are just driving by the Hoxie storm. They're not going to stop for it, I don't think, unless it looks like it needs to be stopped for. They're probably just going to continue to go east and go towards Nebraska and Missouri for tomorrow. All these storm chasers are going to be with us tomorrow in the Kansas City area. So once they get past this storm and we don't have a view of it anymore, really, we're just gonna probably wrap up the stream at that point.
Right, just wanted to let you know we're on Interstate 70 right now. We are not giving up on this storm. We are going to head up to Hoxie and then probably head east. To do that, we'll probably have to penetrate the rear and head to Hill City.
Okay, so Brad's not giving up on this storm. He is going to be penetrating the rear. And he's probably still going to follow it in the general direction of Nebraska. Everybody else looks like they've passed it up, though. Tons of lightning with it. Look at that. From Jack. Is Jack on the Hoxie storm, or where is Jack? Jack is in Grainfield, Kansas.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. You have a copy.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I feel a little bit behind. My hail shield's been giving me a lot of problems, so I got that fixed, at least something temporarily. But we are finally back on the road, and we are about to go north of Scott City. We're going to try to catch back up to this storm. Funny enough, it's on the route that we're taking to head to Kansas City, so probably in about 30 minutes or so, we should hopefully, knock on wood, have a view.
Right, I've got a decent shot on mine. We're looking at it from the back, so we're going to have to come at it. We're going to have to get to Hill, probably close to Hill City before we can be on the forward flank of it. I think this, visually it looks really good. You can see the lightning light up and stuff.
So that's Chris and Brad. Brad's talking about his plan of sticking with the storm there. On radar, it doesn't look that impressive. However, I'm not there. I'm not sniffing the storm myself, so Brad's got a little bit of a different perspective on it. You know what I'm saying? Ricky, thanks for becoming a member. Chandra, if Chris has got a feed, get it up real quick. Oh. Just in any of the spots, I'll pull it up. Okay, David Simpson says, is Chris Hall related to you? Well, here's the answer to that.
Storm chaser Chris Hall. He's not related to Ryan, but after he's chased them all, you know he'll be flying to a Waffle House.
Storm Chaser Chris Hall, he's not related to Ryan. Complete coincidence. We're both from Eastern Kentucky. We're both named Hall. We're both doing like we like weather, like we're, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I understand why people think that we're related, but we're actually not. Not related to Jordan Hall, Zach Hall, or any of the other Halls in the weather industry. There's a lot of them.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I'm trying to find a graphic. Somebody in the chat says, I bet if you took a DNA test, you might be related. We'll try that. We'll try that, and we'll release the results in tomorrow's members only stream. I'm just joking. Maybe though, you know, that sounds like kind of like a fun thing to do. We'll do ancestry DNA. We'll see. Where do the branches meet? Why does it look like it's 5 p.m. on Chris's camera, but midnight on Nick and Brad's? They're in the same time zone. And yeah, they're in the central time zone where it's 8:52, 53. Oh yeah, somebody said they wanted to see the clock on the wall.
Hey, if people want to know why
you.
it's darker on my stream rather than Chris's,
we
we storm chase and get storms. Chris isn't getting a storm. Make sure to let Chris know that.
I knew that was coming. Okay, Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we have gotten a lot of damage reports in just the last few minutes, but it's not from these storms. It's actually in Missouri, near central Missouri. There's a lot of damage reports coming in. Trees down on houses, trees blocking roads. We have a report that a large tree fell on a vehicle even. A shed was destroyed in Otterville. And these seem to be coming from roughly 60 to 70 mile per hour winds over in central Missouri. But it's over near about where would this be? Smithton, Kansas, or Smithton, Missouri, is probably a good town like area for these reports, but they're all in a very small area. So something happened in the last like half an hour right there, which has given a lot of damage reports. I'll show you a map of that in just a moment, because I can see you're searching for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we've got some wind damage reports coming in from the Missouri area. We've had a lot of things happening over here today. We've came over here. We told you about the flash flooding. We've told you about some other severe kind of storms that are happening, and then now we've got several wind damage reports to the west of Jefferson City here, near Smithton, which is really interesting to say the least. Very, very interesting. Just looking at radar here, I don't see a whole lot of anything that's going on there, but we've seen this before in really dynamic storms and situations like this. There can be a lot of different things that cause wind, so we'll pay attention. We'll try to find out the source of that, but just know that we've got potentially some stuff to watch out for all across Missouri. First of all, the flooding is going to continue to be an issue. Second of all, we've got those storms that are continuing to cause problems now moving into the Kansas City area. Those will eventually work their way all the way across Missouri at some point. And then we've got this big blob of stratiform rain here, seemingly on the radar, that is also causing some problems of its own up there to the west of Jefferson City. So interesting stuff, to say the least. We're going to be talking about Missouri a lot tomorrow and the next day. So unfortunately, you guys are going to be probably sick and tired of hearing from me soon. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. Hopefully we don't have to talk about your specific town very much. But that's where a lot of the severe weather is going to be happening. Let me send that video to myself that I just took. About what time? I'm thinking about 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow Eastern. Yeah, so Chandra, I am related to Chandra, sister-in-law. I don't know if you guys remember Carly Hall. I am related to that Hall too. She was on the stream for a while. Sister. So I know it can get confusing. Some halls. It's hit or miss. You never know. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I just sent you a map. The National Weather Service has actually issued 4 counties in Missouri under high wind warnings. That's a kind of a warning you don't see too often, but they issued high wind warnings in central Missouri because of the winds over there.
Well, if that's not one of the strangest things I've seen doing this live coverage, we've got now high wind warnings over here in Missouri, not necessarily associated with anything directly like obvious on radar. So we're also starting to see there's power outages out here and everything. I see that what is that? Yeah, about 1,000 people without power in Saline County. About 1,000 in Pettis County. So, this is actually strong enough to knock out power in some of these places. So really Really interesting stuff. And remember, it's kind of in this corridor right here where we're seeing the strong winds. Those high wind warnings are kind of in the area between Kansas City and Jefferson City in Missouri. Yes, I am aware that NATO cast shows a significant tornado risk for tomorrow. I'm telling y'all, I know tomorrow looks like a higher end event. That's why we're going to be here.
Damage reporting just
Okay, so somebody asked to see the clock. Here's the clock. It tells time very well. Sorry, I'm just reading some stuff. Oh, and here's another sneaky shot. I didn't even know that she was back there. When did you do that? Oh, I'll tell you when. At exactly 9:55 local, 8:55 central, 7:55 mountain, 6:55 Pacific, 1:55 Z. Oh, is that a wake low? We're thinking that's a wake low? Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, the storm down there that we were watching from that Brad was going after, he's still going after it. Doesn't look doesn't oh well shoot, what is that? Hold on, wait. Yeah, no, it doesn't look very impressive right now. So yeah, there's that. It could get more impressive, but I think that the main threat's going to continue to be hail and wind and lightning and thunder and all that stuff. Can't rule out a tornado or two tonight, but I think that it's just about time to wrap up the coverage here. Okay, it's 10:04 on the East Coast. We've been going for a little over 4.5 hours. Yeah, I think we've accomplished a lot here, talking about tomorrow, getting ready for the members only live stream, which should start an hour or so before the main stream tomorrow. I'm expecting around 3 p.m. Eastern or so, okay? Stay tuned to the channel, turn notifications on just in case that changes. I don't control the weather, so things could definitely change there. So yeah, great stream, great day. I think that we saw less tornadoes than what could have happened, but we still saw tornadoes. We got a lot of those warnings out ahead of time. Lots of hail, lots of damage, and unfortunately, I think tomorrow is going to be even busier. So if you live in the risk area tomorrow, please be hyper weather aware, and make sure that you are paying attention to those warnings and watching my stream if you want, because this is just right before we end the stream, just in case anybody's just now tuning in. This is the main target area here. Everybody in the yellow, watch out. Everybody in the orange, double watch out. I do expect the orange area could be expanded a little bit farther to the south. We'll see tomorrow. And yeah, don't be scared. Be prepared. I will see you all in the next live stream. And yeah, I'll see you then. Goodbye.